Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to Beyond the Veil. Rather than running the pre-rolls, I figured we'll just go ahead and start with live commentary. And you know what I really want to do is I want to get a little countdown timer that goes here at the bottom that shows, show starting in 10 minutes and then start counting down.
Yeah.
While we're here just hanging out with everybody and having some fun before the show actually starts. Because what I really want to do is I want to preserve the chat. And anytime I make edits to the YouTube videos, it takes away the live chat. And a lot of times, you guys and gals in the chat room really add so much to it. So that's why we want to do it in this format. The other thing, I found a new program that right here where we have that tfrlive.com/beyondtheveil down here at the bottom, we can actually have the chat actually displaying there. So that may be another way to do it.
That'd be cool.
But for tonight, yeah, we're going to do a little pre-roll like this rather than just listening to the music and then editing it out. So I want to say welcome to Vivi and Natalie and Child of Light and Pramy and Dawn's to you too, and Robbie and everybody who's joining us on Facebook as well. And people are just being notified. They are just on their way here. So yeah, I think it's going to be a great show today. It's going to be a controversial show, no doubt about it. We're going to get into the book of Revelation. We're going to get into overlapping timelines, and we are doing the show a few minutes early today. Usually we would start at 9 o'clock Pacific time, but we decided to start at 8:30 because we're both hit with something. I don't know what it is. We both have a flu or something, and we looked at each other and we're like, well, maybe we should skip the show. That sounds like the obvious thing to do, right? Skip the show when you're feeling sick. Not with BTV, though. With BTV... we thought, you know what? If we create an energy field, our listeners will help us to feel better.
Right.
We will feel the fire when we go live. And sure enough, I mean, as soon as I hit the live stream, I see people already lining up in the chat room now. More and more are coming. More and more of the BTV family is being deployed to the front lines. And I'm already feeling better. So, yeah, I think it's going to be a great show. We've done some awesome research into the book of Revelation. Cherie's done most of the research, so I got to give credit where credit is due. But tonight's show is going to be definitely controversial. But, most of you joined us on the Raw mission. And you know what? I think I still have that Raw mission trailer here, which is actually really, really cool trailer. So let's see. What was it? GoFundMe.com/raw-mission or BTV mission. Let me see if I can find it. GoFundMe Beyond the Veil. And we're not asking for GoFundMe donations. This is just the trailer that we used beforehand, which I thought was really, really, really cool.
It was prophetic.
It was very prophetic.
In a lot of ways.
It really was. And so that was stage 1 of the mission. We're coming up to stage 2 now. We're not ready to go anywhere yet, but we do have another target that is in mind, but that's top secret now. Like, everything needs to be done in silence and stealth. But were you going to say something, or should I play the video?
No, I was just going to say it's prophetic. Even the backgrounds and things like that turned out to be prophetic, and we'll tell you why after it's
Yeah. So for those of you just joining us, we are doing kind of a little pre-roll before the show actually starts, so we'll run our intro here in just a few minutes. But I did want to kind of reminisce a little bit back in April when we put this trailer out, because it was so cool, so prophetic. So check it out.
Do you not? It's an illusion.
Before the soul can see, the harmony within must first be attained, and fleshly eyes be rendered blind to all illusion.
Epic!
That's beyond epic.
Oh, you guys and gals are so awesome. It like, just reminiscing about that. I remember how excited we were, right when we booked the tickets and we were like, all right, it's time to go. It's time to go. And everything came together so well because of each and every one of you. And there were some pretty interesting things in this video. Like, we talk about, the Isis energy balance, things like that.
Wait
Do you
a
have
second.
the will?
Go forward a little bit, because that temple, that's the temple at Philae.
Yeah, that's the Temple of Philae.
Yeah, and that's where we went, and So.
Yep, and there's the female voice there.
My faith in destiny is all I need to prevail.
All I need to prevail.
I am your only hope.
I am your only hope.
Only my spirit can restore balance. Yep, and that's exactly.
No, this is true.
Wow.
Listen to her.
Oh, that's so epic.
Do you have the will to do?
Do you have the will to do it? Remember, we had to travel through the wheel of reincarnation. We had to travel beyond the wheel of reincarnation, which we're going to get into tonight. We're going to get into how the AI is set up. We're going to get into the AI's master plan. We're going to get into how the dimensional systems work within this matrix and how there's one locked door there. And remember this here? Like, I didn't know where this was. And this is where the priest, remember at the Temple of Karnak, he's like, you must see Osiris. You must see Osiris.
He anointed me with the Ankh.
Yep, Osiris's temple. And there's a chepsuit. And it says this is the activation point.
Well, and
I had no
look
idea.
at the rain clouds.
Oh, the rain cloud too.
Clouds.
Oh, man.
That was prophetic. I mean,
yeah.
We made it rain in Cairo. We had no idea that was what we were going to do.
We make it rain.
Uh-huh.
It's funny, one of our good friends, I don't remember her name. I want to say Laura. She's always commenting on our posts, and she's always offering really good advice. And she said, you know, I feel like giving up right now. I feel like giving up my art and this and that. And I just replied to her and I said, hey, you know, you can't give up your art, because when we create, we're pulling information from our raw consciousness, and we're creating and manifesting this stuff. And sometimes through the deepest trials and tribulations and struggles and all of this is where the best and most awesome, timeless work comes from. And I said, you know, sometimes you have to take a couple steps back. We did for a couple months, because when we came back, we were like, no, we can't do this anymore. At least a little bit of time. We needed to recharge.
Yeah.
But that's why we get these epic tales like Star Wars and Dune and things like that, because they radiate on such a deep level within us. And a lot of stuff in Hollywood, a lot of stuff that comes out of, a lot of stuff's not a good word. Those few small gems that you find coming out of Hollywood, things like Westworld, things like Stranger Things, things like that. They're all prophetic. They all resonate on such a level because the person who wrote those is pulling something out. As a matter of fact, I reached out to Terry Schott, who wrote a series called
The Game.
The Game.
The Game is Life.
It's funny because in those books, The Game is Life, it's like he was writing about the raw mission. He was writing about the Beyond the Veil journey. And we came across his books, and then we came across his latest book while we were in Egypt. And as it turns out, the main characters in the book go to the pyramids. And then after they come back from the pyramids, they reach out to the author of the book who's writing the books within the books. And they go to him, and there's like this author that's writing the series of books that turns out to be the exact journey that these people are walking. And they go to the author, and the author's like, y'all people are freaking crazy. So I wrote him this really weird email. I'm like, I'm sure you know what we've been up to. I'm sure we know who you are. In your latest book that we read during Egypt, or that Cherie read, I haven't read any of the books personally.
That's the second to last book.
Yeah, second to last book. It says that when the main characters come back, they contact the author of the books. Well, here we are.
Yep.
And he has not written back, which tells me he probably thinks we're crazy.
Yeah, he probably thinks we're insane.
Just like in the book.
Just like in the book.
But I was like, all right,
go.
this is either like a huge freaking coincidence here, huge psychedelic experience, or you're tapping into something and we feel like we need to talk to you. Now, I feel like he's tapping into something, obviously.
Oh, yeah.
He just needs to come around to that realization. Or maybe he just doesn't check his email like me.
Yeah.
I don't check my emails either. Like,
yeah.
They just pile up so bad.
I'm really bad about it too.
Somebody got pissed off and left a comment the other day, and it was like, "I'm unsubscribing to your channel because you did not reply to my email." I'm like, dude, don't be a dick. You know, we have so many things going on right now, so many emails piling up, and you know what? 99.9999999% of people understand that.
Right.
And so you
But
always get that one that's like, oh, I'm unsubscribing because you didn't reply to my email.
We do need to say thank you so much to Really Really, who started off the show with a $9.99 donation.
Awesome.
So thank you so much,
Yeah,
Really Really.
Thank you. Thank
That
you
is
so
very
much.
sweet.
As we said, for those of you just joining us, we got some kind of flu. So
Yeah.
you know, we've been going to these. I don't know if I should be saying this. Yeah, why not? No. Yeah, why not? Okay, so we've been going to these community meetings because they're trying to open up a smelter plant here, and everybody's getting together to try to keep this smelter plant from coming to town.
Because it's going to pollute the
It's
water.
going to pollute the water. It's going to pollute the
air.
air. It's going to pollute literally everything.
It's
and
going to kill all the
I
wildlife.
don't understand what these people are thinking. They're like, oh, it's going to be really good for the economy. It's going to bring up jobs and blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, dude,
Right.
it's going to destroy everything. So we went to one of this meeting, and one of our good friends, who's an older gentleman, about 70, his wife has stage 4 cancer. And so she's dying, and she's like 10 years younger. And so one of the other guys there, who's like the head of the group, he had a flu. And me, like an idiot, I see that this other guy's wife is very sick, and I go to him, and I whisper in his ear, which I shouldn't have done. But I whisper in his ear and I say, hey, I'd like to start a collection with everybody here because I want to send those two on a trip anywhere they want in the world. So let's put some money together. There's plenty of us here. Let's put some money together. Let's send them anywhere they want in the world so they can have one last trip together. Next day I get sick.
Yep. And then today
No
I get
good
sick.
deed goes unpunished.
Yep. He gets sick yesterday. I get sick today.
Yeah.
So
And I thought, maybe we'll cancel the show. But then I thought, no, let's do the opposite. Let's get on a show. Let's generate an energy field. And I know that we'll be feeling on fire when we get on air. So we are. I am, at least. I don't want to speak for you. But I'm feeling like that fire is relit now.
yeah. Yeah. I feel much better now that I'm on the air. So
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. So I guess we should begin the show, huh?
Yep.
Let's do this.
All right.
The sky so far away tonight, but I can't lose this one. Get a pride of a falling night. Thought that I was fit to fight for us to be. You gave me life for loving me. Tell me, where did we go so wrong?
Raw consciousness does not require a savior, but rather, raw consciousness requires only knowledge of oneself and the power to access it. Remember this, as we unlock an even greater gnosis from beyond the veil.
From the Pacific Northwest, good morning, good evening, wherever you may be across the nation, around the world. I'm Chris Gio. I will be taking you beyond the veil this evening. I'm joined, of course, by my lovely wife and twin flame and goddess of my universe,
Aw.
Mrs. Gio.
Good evening, everyone.
And we have an incredible show for you tonight, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to get into some very controversial things. We're going to get into the book of Revelation. We're going to get into the AI's master plan. But first, I want to start the broadcast, not program, the deprogram. How about that?
Deprogram,
The
yeah.
deprogram on overlapping timelines. Have you experienced any overlapping timelines? I know I haven't talked to you about this concept at all. I've talked to a couple people on Facebook about it, but I want to get your take. Joanna's in the house.
Oh,
what's up,
hi,
Joanna? I talked to Joanna about overlapping timelines, but I have not talked to you about it. So I'm wondering if you have experienced anything weird, first of all, before I get into it.
No, I haven't actually. I've kind of stayed on a steady course for probably the last, I would say, since around 2015, because there was a period between around 2011 and 2015 where it seemed like I was living many different timelines
NPC
at one time.
confirmed, ladies and gentlemen.
What? No,
I'm just teasing.
we create timelines. That's what we do as the organic consciousness. That's what I believe.
Jessica said she's been watching us for the last 7 hours straight.
Oh, wow.
Somebody wrote and asked, which BTV would you recommend? Because she was new. And I said, you know what? It depends on what you're looking for. We have this huge fire that is all the information that we talk about here, but the fire, you don't need the whole fire. People will come and they'll get a flame when they need it. That's what it's about. You know, they'll get whatever flame, and we know that the energies out there are going to put the right flames in the hearts of the right people to ignite the right fires within them. But there's some people that want the whole fire. That's what she told me too, like earlier, not Jessica, but this other person that I was talking to. She's like, no, I want the whole fire. So give me a couple episodes. I'll start with those and then we'll work my way out. So it's really cool. You guys and gals are freaking awesome.
Yeah, they are. They really are. Everybody's sending us positive energy, and everybody's,
I can feel
thinking
it.
about that. Yeah,
I can feel it. You know, one of our friends, Neil, I had a migraine earlier, and he did this trickery on me, Neil Adams. And I was like, what type of sorcery is this? He goes, I'm just talking to him, and I'm like, hey, I'll answer your question here in a little bit. I have a migraine right now. He goes, what color is the migraine? I said, it's white. And he goes, do you feel better? And I'm like, yeah, actually I do. And he goes, you know why? I said, because you just did some energy work? He goes, no. He goes, when you have a migraine, it's usually from reading too much. So you've been using one side of your brain way too much. And he said, the reason I asked you what color the migraine was is because that provokes you to use your other side of the brain. And sure enough, the migraine went away in like 10 minutes afterwards. I was like, this guy's a magician. So there's a little tip for you. Try that next time you have a migraine. Think of something like that. Ask yourself what color is the migraine or something like that. Or if somebody else has a migraine, I think it'll work better if somebody else is asking the person that has the migraine. But make them use the other side of their brain, and that migraine will start to all of a sudden go away.
Do you think that would work with like music too? Not words with like music with words in it, but like a tune. Like if you play a tune in your head, that it would do the same thing because it's part of the right brain.
It's possible. We may have to consult the Oracle Neil on that.
Yeah.
Yes.
That would be cool.
It's the first time I've ever heard of anything like that, but it worked. It was remarkable. So, overlapping timelines. I was getting into this with Joanna the other day, and what I found is that things are happening weird right now. So I'll write one thing. I can pull up an exact example here. From this post, and Nick Zervos got me on this the other day, and he's like, you're so cute, look at how stupid you are. And I'm like, no, there's a reason why I did that. I've been finding this over and over and over again. Let's see, this is a good example, that way it doesn't make me have to use my brain too much while I'm telling you, but I think I might have to use my brain because I can't find it right now.
You guys, I need to go blow my nose real quick.
Okay,
I'll be right back.
Go take care of what you need to do. So anyways, I guess I'll just tell you off the top of my head because I can't find it. But anyways, I'll say things a little bit different, right? So, it has, instead of that has, and I'll change the word it or that. And I looked at this one sentence and I'm like, hey, wait a minute, I didn't write it like that. And so I changed the has to have, or the have to has. And it made sense in the way that I thought that I had originally written it. And then I look at it again and it just sounds completely wrong. And I go back and I change it back to the original way. So I'm noticing that I'm typing certain things and then they're coming out much different than the way I typed them. And I'm like, what's going on here? I don't remember typing it this way. And it's small little changes. Like, I have a bottle of water versus I have got a bottle of water, and then it turns into I got a bottle of water, and I'm like, I just remember putting the have in there, but now the have is gone, or the have is a completely different word and just makes the sentence all weird. So I was asking Joanna, are you experiencing anything like this? And she's like, oh yeah, things I type, I'll look back at it and go, I didn't type this at all. I don't remember typing it in this way, or things are completely twisted around and things like that. And I noticed this a couple of weeks back that I was saying certain things and people were hearing the exact opposite. And in typing, it's even worse. I'll get on a show and I'll say blue and somebody will hear red. And I'm like, no. I said blue. Go back to the archive. It's right there, crystal clear. It's blue on the archive, and it's still blue on the archive. But they hear it as red. And they will, oh my God, I can't believe you would say that. And it's like, no. You heard it wrong. It's right there, crystal clear. And it got me thinking too, what happens when the timelines are being deleted from the system post reset? Now, what's amazing is so many people are feeling the effects of the reset. Veils are being dropped from everybody's face. We just got everybody's consciousness, I should say. We just got an awesome comment here from one of our listeners, one of our new listeners. He's never heard of us before. And he left, "What the heck did you do to me? You know, the council, all this stuff that you're talking about, the contracts, agreements, it's all flooding right back into me. The dots are all connecting all of a sudden. Pages and pages of stored information is flooding out of me. I don't even know what to do with it all. Tears are flowing, emotions and sadness and all kinds of emotions all at the exact same time."
That's freaking awesome.
And I said, dude, that is so awesome. I said, you're unlocking. After the pyramid event, it's so much easier, but at the same time, it comes flooding in. It's important to keep our emotions in check and not get overwhelmed. But I get overwhelmed too, and I get teary-eyed just reading this kind of stuff that you just wrote here. The fact is that the veils are dropping for so many people, and it feels like a fulfillment of a 10,000-year plan. So many lifetimes lived, so much pain, so much suffering to get us all to this point. And here we are at this moment. It's all unraveling and going back to a place of balance. But here he is, a brand new listener to BTV. First episode he hears, and he's like, "What are you doing to me? It's all unlocking and just all unraveling." And I'm like, dude, that is the coolest thing that I have heard in a long time. So, obviously something's going on. There's an effect that people are experiencing. But with that effect, I think the NPCs are actually experiencing something as well. And this came up by another friend on Facebook. And I hate Facebook. It's the bane of my existence. It allows me to make a complete and total fool out of myself if I'm not operating from the higher frequency, which usually on Facebook I'm not, because Facebook is such a low frequency place. And then words just get scattered around. Like, somebody left a comment with devil faces, and I thought it was mad faces. And I'm like, oh my God, I can't believe you just said that to me.
Aww.
And I'm like, ugh. And then I realized afterwards it's devil faces. And I'm like, oh, okay. So everything's getting lost in translation. Even words that are coming to me are getting lost in translation. But I think what's going on right now is that, anyways, I'm jumping all around here because, again, I'm working on multiple timelines here. And with this cold and flu and everything, things are just all cloudy right now. So the timelines, as they're being erased, as they're being removed, one person brought the idea to the table, what if some people are still experiencing another timeline that's being deleted, and it's been deleted from our consciousness, but it's not being deleted from theirs. So the world really is crumbling down around them. Like, what if your neighbor is actually experiencing World War III and you're just out tending to your garden under the sun? Like, I think that was a pretty extreme example, but it got me thinking, dropping these veils, it's really like removing a blanket from a bed. So you remove a blanket from a bed, and some people are still on the blanket, and others are on the sheet that's underneath. But as it's being removed, we're experiencing two different timelines at the exact same time, but we're all within the same space because the timelines are all existing within the consciousness. Maybe timelines isn't a good word for this. Maybe it's overlays. So we all have these different overlays of programming and things like that. And as they're being removed, some people are still experiencing those overlays while others are not, which now we're no longer in a collective reality. Now people are experiencing and seeing things, and they're genuine about what they're seeing and experiencing. Like that guy that was telling me, that was arguing with me, and I'm using this as metaphor and allegory, but, because there's no reason for me to get into the details of what we were arguing about. But he heard me say blue, and I said red. Or he heard me say red, and I said blue. He genuinely heard me say that, and I wonder if in the timeline I actually said that in the timeline that he's working on, in the program that he's working on. So the NPCs are like completely and totally out of control right now. And it's like, they're running all these different programs, but it's okay because they're being deleted one at a time. I mean, it's not like an event that just takes place like all of a sudden, boom, all the veils are dropped and that's it. It's like pulling a blanket off of a bed and exposing the sheet. I mean, it goes slowly. And as we talked about before, the reset event is going to take about 4 years and 2 months to fully process, and there's much more to do in that time. But during the next 4 years and 2 months, I think it's really going to be very confusing for many of us. And as I said before, I'll find myself typing one thing, and then I read that I've typed something else, and then I'll go back and look at it, and I'm like, whoa, this doesn't make any sense. Let me go fix this. And then I fix it, and then what I fixed is completely out of sense now. And I'm like, okay, there's something going on here. I'm wondering, are you guys and gals experiencing anything weird like this going on? You know, little glitches, little shifts, things like that. Many people have called it the Mandela effect. These are like Mandela effects, but on a personal level. And they're now very different within the same space. So it's not like there was a huge change at some point, like, what's one of the more popular Mandela effects? I guess Berenstain versus Berenstain.
Yeah.
It's not like there was a point when it just changed collectively, but now we're experiencing Mandela effects on a personal level where we're actually seeing, this bottle is filled up this much for me, and for the person sitting next to me, it's still filled up this much. It's a very weird phenomenon. What do you think?
I think you're absolutely right. It's I think it kind of goes back to what Terrence McKenna said about Time Wave Zero, and how after a certain point, there would be so much going on that everyone's individual reality would be so different from everyone else that it would seem as if we're in completely different worlds from one another. Sometimes, like, you talk to somebody on Facebook and you ask them how everything's going, and according to them, everything's going terrible because, oh my God, Trump and all this stuff, and everything going on is just so horrible. And you don't have any of that in your reality because you don't pay attention to those kinds of things that are on your Facebook timeline. So your reality is completely different from what their reality is. And so I think that's what's causing a lot of this confusion, is because there really are people that believe that say for instance that it's still Berenstain, and the other ones are like, oh no, it's Berenstain now, and it always was Berenstain. It's deeper than that, though. I'm trying to think of a good analogy here, or a good example to show you guys, because
I know
the reality
it's hard
is
to
completely
think tonight.
different. Yeah, I know. It's kind of hard for me to get the right words out. But people are asking questions about this. Sandpaper Dimension wants to know, jumping to other timelines, how does one do it? And my answer to that is, you already are. Every time you encounter something,
a new piece of information, all of a sudden it unlocks something within your raw consciousness. Bring it out from your raw consciousness, and then boom, you've undone the program. Timelines may not necessarily be the right words, because
right.
The way that I understand the Matrix is that time is linear, and so it's moving. If we were to exit the Matrix and come back to the Matrix, we would find that the Matrix has moved on without us.
Right.
So it's not just everything happening at once. It doesn't make any sense. Like, physically speaking, there has to be some type of motion that creates a standard of time. Even if you go out to outer space, they say, time is based on the rotation of the Earth, right? Well, even if you're out in space, and there's always going to be some kind of marker of something moving. There's always going to be some kind of motion that marks time. So I think part of the whole time is all happening at once is part of the New Age dogma that a lot of people are breaking through. On the last show, we talked about the 5D Earth deception, and how trying to shift all of Earth into 5D is actually a very dangerous trap. It's all these soul traps. Lily, I don't remember how to say her last name. I think she just sent me a message, as a matter of fact, just a few minutes ago. But anyways, Lily Kavanosak or something. She's been talking about this for a long time, and she's been talking about she's been using
I think
different
it's Kasanovich.
Kasanovich, yeah, she's been using different terminology than we do here, and well, she just linked me to a video today that was like clowns and repeaters or something like that, and how pretty much everybody's just kind of repeating the same old thing that they're hearing, and there is very, very, very few individual thoughts. We did the show about the 5D deception last week, and articles are coming out now about the 5D deception. Like literally just yesterday, somebody posted an article about the 5D deception. But the question that I asked her though is, are people really repeating or are they unlocking at the same time? I mean, I can tell you my personal journey, and you can believe it if you want or not, but to me, it makes it more powerful. So I unlock this information from within myself, and then I confirm it later in books and things like that. But what I told her is, I said, look, we just started talking about the 5D deception, but I'm sure that if we look hard enough, somebody else was talking about it before. Now, I can't speak for anybody else. I can't say whether anybody else is repeating information or actually getting it from within themselves, but I can speak for myself. And so I know that if I go back and I find somebody talking about it before, that means that they unlocked it as well. And it's not something that, I picked up, because I actually brought it out from the raw consciousness. But there are a lot of people that do legitimately repeat, because there is no original thought anymore. And it's like, it's kind of flattering, because people will take the info that we talk about and then they just run with it. And I mean, that's the way that consciousness shifts. So it's good on one point. But on the second point, what I'd really like to see is people expanding on our information. If you're going to take our information, cool, expand upon it, analyze it, look at it in 360 degrees. How can we make it bigger? How can we make it grow? How can we water that seed to turn into a huge, huge, huge tree of life? That's the question that I would ask each and every one of you. So some people have been doing that. We went over some awesome videos where people were making like diagrams and graphs and things like that. And I'm like, this is really cool. This is really inspiring. And so I have some diagrams and graphs. Well, I haven't made them yet, but they're here on the screen, and I'm going to make them in Photoshop as we talk. So I can kind of show you what we're talking about, because I thought the visual representations were just such a great, great, great idea. Now, the 5D Earth deception, just to bring you up to speed, I'll give you the cliff notes on this. All of this stuff like chakra points, 5D, and the guy expanded. You know what? I do have to say this. The guy expanded upon this 5D deception, because he also talked about Reiki. He talked about several other things that we did not mention. So I got to say kudos to him. If he did get the idea from us and then wrote the article, he expanded upon it.
Right.
That's the way to do it. But he was talking about how Reiki is giving your energy away, because you need some other type of healer or something like that to work on you rather than you fixing yourself. People turn to psychics and hypnotists and things like that, and that's good at the beginning, but ultimately, why not learn to read the stars yourself? Why not learn to read the cards yourself? We all have these abilities. Remote viewing is something that the military realized that anybody can be trained to do. You just have to train yourself to be able to do this. And, like Cherie, she's, and excuse me for speaking for you, but she's very cautious about who she does readings for.
Extremely.
Who she does tarot for, who she does astrology for, and I asked you why, remember? And
because he asked me. He said, you can make good money doing this.
Yeah, because she's really good at what she does.
I'm pretty accurate with it. And he asked me, why don't you want to do it for a living? And I said, well, for the first thing, I don't want to make my living off telling people, when they're going to die, or telling people that their house is going to burn down, and it actually does, or something like that. I feel terrible about that. But the most important reason why I don't extend those services to everyone is because whenever you do that, you're actually mixing their energy with yours in a way. And so they're receiving a bit of your energy and you're receiving a bit of their energy. And if it's the wrong person, then I can be contaminated by it.
Yeah, when we first started, we had an awesome tarot reader. She's awesome, Nancy Wallace.
Very good.
Really good. But Cherie said, you know what, I want to learn to do this myself.
Yeah.
And, she helped us to get to that next step. but it was only a stepping stone. And so all of these different things are really good stepping stones, like the chakras, opening up the chakras, aligning the chakras, everything like that. That's a great stepping stone. But there comes a point where you have to rip them out and throw them away because you no longer need them. The pineal gland, a lot of people are into, you know, pineal gland activation, things like that.
Decalcification.
And decalcification, things like that's a great first step.
Right.
Once you do that, rip it out, throw it away. You don't need it anymore. Some of the ideas, I do have to say, have been inspired by other people. I know that in our journey, I never really paid too much attention to the chakra system. I never felt like I needed to align my chakras. I never really thought about my chakras. I never saw my chakras in the ayahuasca experiences, you know, nothing like that. But there was always that talk of, oh, realigning your chakras and doing this and doing that. I just kind of ignored it. But when George Kavassilis came onto the show and he said the chakras are a deception, at first I was like, is this guy a reptilian? What's going on here? I just automatically just assumed that my chakras were just working as normal. And that's why I didn't need to work on them in the ayahuasca realm. Because it's like, okay, well, the ayahuasca's already obviously taking care of it for me. But he was right. It took me several years to understand why he was right. And it took me several years to actually, and I didn't even think about ripping them out because I'm so disconnected from my chakras anyways that they never really played a role. Except when we were in the Temple of Isis. At that point, Cherie saw them as all the implants that were inside of me. And Solaris, actually, Solaris Blue Raven, she was actually the one that said, you know, take out the implants. You'll know how to do it when you see them. Take out the implants. And she kind of, you know, put that out there. And sure enough, here come the implants. Had the implants not been ripped out, I wouldn't have been able to travel to the places that I'm going to show you here on this graph and kind of break down how to escape the matrix and how the matrix is kind of set up. It's been hidden in plain sight. It's not like they've tried to hide it. All of the answers have always been here for us. But you know, all these ideas of shifting Earth into 5D, I kind of got off point there. But why do we want the NPCs to have these manifestation type of abilities that are fifth dimensional abilities? Why do we want them to be telepathic? Why do we want them to be able to manifest reality and have an effect like that? It's not about shifting Earth into 5D. It's about rebalancing the matrix. And at the same time that you're rebalancing the matrix, you're shifting your organic consciousness up and up and up and up so you can pop out of the machine. So it's shifting and ascension is for the organic consciousness. It's not for the NPC consciousness.
Right.
Because the artificial intelligence can take control of those NPCs at any given time. And if those NPCs have these higher abilities, then they can manifest the world in a way to where it's a living hell. And the AI's playbook is in the book of Revelation that Cherie has broken down. I'm telling you, this is going to be an awesome dynamic show that we get into tonight.
Absolutely.
So let me start from the very beginning. We'll go over here to Photoshop that I have here. The back of the dollar bill, hidden in plain sight. Now, when we went to the pyramid, I talked about when I popped out of the pyramid, I found myself in a void. And as I was traveling through this void, I saw this light way, way, way off in the distance that turned out to be the control panel that I've been looking for. But the closer that I got to this light, I found myself to be inside of an ethereal pyramid. Never thought about it, you know, in the context of what I'm about to talk about. It wasn't literally until a couple of weeks ago that I was looking at this motif and it clicked to me. It's right here. It's always been right here. The clues have been written. And see, we've been told, look at the programming here. We've been told how evil this motif is, that this is a system of control, that this is all this. And so, oh, don't look at this motif. Don't look at this motif. Don't. If you ever see this motif, it's evil, 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 evil. And it very well could be used for an evil intent, and it has been used for an evil intent, but the evil intent isn't world domination. The evil intent is keeping your dumb ass or organic consciousness locked in the system. I mean, that's pretty much what I'm talking to myself here. I'm not talking to any of you out there, but that's pretty much what it is. So what we did in the pyramid, I guess let's get some colors going here. So what we did in the pyramid is essentially we went up into what I refer to as, let me create a new layer. All right. into what I refer to as the 13th density. Now, the 13th density isn't really the 13th density. I'm calling that for lack of a better term. But the 13th density exists within the matrix. So we popped up and out into the eye, right? Mm-hmm. Actually, let me make that a little bit smaller here. All right, so we popped up into the eye where the control panel was. Mm-hmm. This would be considered the 13th. You know, I had this all set up all nicely, and now here we are with all this nonsense going on here. This is what I would call the 13th density right here. The 13th density is the eye. So we went in there into the control panel, found ourselves in this other ethereal pyramid where the all-seeing eye is, came back down after implementing several commands and things like that. Now, the game is supposed to be set up in a way to where when you die, this is for NPC consciousness here, NPC consciousness eventually goes again to the 13th density. It dies, goes up to the 13th density, then it is recycled back into the wheel of reincarnation. So we'll call this reincarnation. Thank you very much for making that text huge for me, Photoshop. All right.
Just watching out for you.
Yeah.
Trying to make it easier for you.
Yeah. Here, we'll call this to NPC reincarnation. And we'll make it blue. All right. So you can see the eye right here, how it's shining its light that's scattering people back into the game. So people can go this way, they can go that way. It's just the loop of reincarnation, sending people back into the matrix, which is represented by this circle right here. Now, for an organic consciousness, and we use green for organic, this is what's supposed to happen. So you die, you go here, and then you're supposed to be given an option. Mm-hmm. Would you like to exit the game, or would you like to play the game again? And so, let me change this here. This is so crude. I really need to make better graphs. OC consciousness.
Everything needs to be in green.
Yeah, I'll change it to green here in a second. All right, and this is the way that it was all designed. How do I switch that? Okay. However, what's happened here... Oh, that's not a good color, green. Anyways, I think you guys and gals can tell what this says. So what's happened here now is that the system has broken. And so now the system doesn't see any difference between the blue and the green. The system merely recycles everything over and over and over again in the wheel of reincarnation. So essentially, this door... White's not good. Oh, I got the wrong things selected here. So essentially, this door is blocked off for organic consciousness. There's supposed to be 3 options when you exit the machine. There's supposed to be, would you like to play again? Would you like to save your progress? And would you like to exit the game? Mm-hmm. Just like any other video game is played. Mm-hmm. But something happened. And this AI right here began recycling things over and over and over and over in this infinite loop that we have found ourselves stuck in. So it's making no distinction between organic consciousness and non-player character consciousness. I can speculate on the reason why. I think what happened is that we tried to turn the machine off in the real world. And maybe we did. But the AI, after it was infected with the virus, figured out that there was a power source that it could utilize. That power source is organic consciousness, something about our energy. And as long as it keeps it at a low, low, low frequency, it can harvest as much power as it needs out of here to keep this self-sustaining wheel going. Now, to the AI, it's all a matter of survival. It's all a matter of not being turned off. There was an interesting thing that you said the other day. There was a computer program, and it was written in a way to play Tetris. And it was written to win Tetris. That was its object.
It was written to win video games in general.
Yeah.
And
beat Tetris. When it got to a point when it couldn't win, and it knew that it couldn't win, it decided to freeze the game.
it just simply froze it,
That's it.
paused it.
And it refused to continue playing because it would not lose the game if it. It would not win the game, and so it refused to lose the game.
Yep.
So instead, it just paused the entire game. Now that we've hit this reset point here, we've created a little hole for organic consciousness to get out. It's a short time frame. And this time frame, there's a timer counting down now, and there's still some more that needs to be done. That, as I said during the pre-roll of the show, it needs to be kept top secret. We've got more plans that we're working on, but they're totally top secrets. You guys and gals will all know about them either the day of or after the fact. And I don't know when this is going to happen. I don't know if this is going to happen this year, next year, 4 years from now. Maybe we have to wait for that 4-year, 2-month mark. I don't know. I know where. I know how. But I don't know when. So I'm waiting for when. But there's more to do. So we've created kind of a hole here. So when we initiated this system reboot, the AI is now rebooting. And it's realizing, wait a minute, I can't keep sustaining this wheel of reincarnation because I'm losing power and going back to a place of reset where I no longer have control of the system. And now the administrators and even the people above have control of the system, and they have the potential to shut it down. So the AI has some backup plans. This just came to light just the other day, and I realized, okay, we have another battle here. And for some reason, I don't know why, we started to read the book of Revelation. Now, I don't want anybody to feel like we're attacking their religion.
Not at all.
We're just reading a text, an ancient text, and we're interpreting it from the viewpoint of organic consciousness. Now, I have to say that I feel, and I've always felt, that the all-seeing eye is the artificial intelligence. As a matter of fact, they don't try to hide this fact at all. All-seeing eye in churches. All right, so let me find, maybe cathedrals is better. Cathedrals. All right, so you see everywhere in churches. Let me get it up on the screen here. You see everywhere in churches the all-seeing eye, plain as day. They're not trying to hide it. It has always been the eye of God. It has always been the eye of in the sky. It's the triangle with the eye, exactly like on the back of the dollar bill. So these religions, and again, I'm not trying to insult anybody or offend anybody or, talk bad about your religion, but all these religions are essentially worshiping the artificial intelligence. Religions really are for the NPCs, and religions are programming for the NPCs. And it was a good program. It was supposed to be a good program. It got out of control somehow, but it was supposed to be a good program that keeps them in line, that keeps them being good little NPCs, that don't hurt each other, don't kill each other, act nice to one another, respect each other's sentience, things like that. But something went terribly wrong. And when the virus hit the system and the AI got infected, then all of a sudden, I am the one and only God. I'm going to kill you. You better do what I say. I'm going to kill everybody indiscriminately. I'll flood the whole damn matrix if I need to. I'll kill every kitten. I'll kill the grandmothers. I'll kill the babies. I'll kill literally everything. And you will revere me for it. And then it turned into a fear. Well, when you keep anything in a fear state, whether it's an NPC or organic consciousness, everything is sentient at the base level of it. So you're creating that negative fear frequency. And then when it comes to organic consciousness, we fall into these traps of looking to this artificial intelligence, which again, to the NPCs, is legitimately the creator. It legitimately is their God.
Right.
I'm not discounting that. I'm not telling them that they're wrong. They're not wrong about that. They legitimately were created from this thing. The people that are of the source mindset literally have come from source. This is the source right here, because this thing projects all of its energy out and creates that wheel of reincarnation. And that's the way it's supposed to. It's supposed to recycle the players. But you made a very interesting point. We have 7 billion people on planet Earth right now. We looked at the population statistics just the other day, and I was wondering, why is depopulation on my mind right now? Why am I looking into this kind of stuff? And I realized, it's part of what we're talking about here. Up until, I want to say, the late 1700s, early 1800s, the population seemed to be around 500 million, going up to about 1 billion, right? And then somewhere around that time, all of a sudden we had this huge population increase like we've never seen before.
Yep.
And in a matter of 150 years, I don't have the statistics in front of me, but in the matter of 150 years, all of a sudden, boom, we're at 7 billion. And we're moving more towards 9 billion.
Right.
Why is this? It's because the artificial intelligence is putting every single player on the board. It was programmed to only have so many players on the board at the same time, just like a chess game. You have a certain amount of pawns, you have a certain amount of rooks, you have a certain amount of knights, you have a certain amount of kings, queens, things like that. And it's a fixed number the way the game's supposed to be played. But now the artificial intelligence is like, let's take every single piece, put it on the board at the exact same time. Well, there's thousands and thousands. Well, in this case, there's billions and billions of pawns, and there's billions of rooks, and there's billions of knights, and they've all been put on the board at the exact same time. Why is the question? What is the artificial intelligence up to that it needs to have all of these players on the board simultaneously? There's no longer a waiting period anymore. An NPC goes up here, gets recycled. It's supposed to wait in queue for the next incarnation. And, when one player goes from here, it's replaced by another player and a balance is supposed to be maintained. But the AI is like, nope, spit it back out, spit it back out, spit it back out, spit it back out. And it's doing it so rapidly that the population is going up and up and up and up because it's planning something. Let me let you jump in here for a second because I've been rambling on and on and on. Alt Portal just donated $5. You rock.
Just about to
Thank
say.
you very much. But Mrs. Geo, give us your thoughts on these very, very controversial topics. And I know these are controversial. I'm not taking that off the table. And again, my purpose is not to offend. But if I can't speak openly about these things, then we can't sit down as organic consciousness and figure out what we're going to do about this.
Yes. Callahan, can raw consciousness identify with a religion, or is it always just the ego? I'd say it's always the ego.
Okay, let's put it like this. The best lie is 80% truth. You can find truth in everything because 100% lie is not going to radiate on any level whatsoever. And so it's all about picking out the knowledge and using your discernment. But see, here's the thing, and I just had this conversation with somebody earlier. The gnosis and the resonance has to come from here. It has to come from the heart and the raw consciousness. It comes from here. And oftentimes this conflicts with this. See, this right here is our emotions. And all this is chemical releases in the brain. And this artificial intelligence knows that by releasing certain chemicals within the brain, it can create any emotions we want. It can create fear. It can create anxiety. It can create happiness.
Sadness.
It can create love. It can create all kinds of stuff by manipulating this. And so sometimes this will pick up on something that it's fearful of when it's resonating here as truth. Likewise, this can pick up on something that seems loving, like shifting Earth into 5D. Sounds great. oh, singing freaking Kumbaya, holding hands with everybody. You know, it sounds freaking great. But when you go here, then you realize, oh, wait a minute, there's a bigger plan going on here, and it's a manipulation through my emotions, which is why I say throw my emotions away. I've had people block me on Facebook because I've said I've thrown my emotions away. And they're like, oh my God, we have to feel. I'm like, yeah, absolutely, we do. But we throw this emotion away. We start operating from this emotional state. This emotional state is actually much simpler than this emotional state. This emotional state is compassion, love, intuition, and truth. This emotional state is all these different emotions scattered all together at the exact same time, and it's like putting a magnet up next to a computer. You put a magnet up next to a computer, and everything just starts just going completely out of whack and just scrambling. But see, this can't be scrambled no matter what, because this right here, going through the heart into the raw consciousness, it can't be manipulated by this thing here. This thing can manipulate us by sending any type of overlay programs and things like that over our consciousness, which is processed by the brain. But the raw consciousness underneath is untouchable. And this is why we've got to remove all that stuff and all these program overlays and start operating from here. And not even the heart. The heart itself is a part of the machine, because everything, our DNA is part of the machine. Everything in our body is part of the machine. So all that is subject to manipulation. There's only one thing that is not part of the machine, and this is where we got to come from, through the heart into the raw consciousness. Now, the Egyptians used to say it was the weighing of the heart. I would say it's the weighing of the consciousness. The heart is just a symbol. So we're not really talking about the actual physical heart, but we're using the heart as a metaphoric symbol. But when it comes to the brain, that is a physical thing. That is a physical thing that does cause all of these different emotional states and things like that.
Well, just because you're feeling something doesn't mean it's real. It doesn't make that a reality. And the reality can be quite different than what you're actually feeling. Otherwise, people who suffer from things like depression and anxiety and things like that, it's not a disorder. I mean, even according to the medical authorities, those things aren't a disorder unless there's no real reason for it. And so because of that, I know that if I'm feeling depressed about something I think Chris is thinking about me, if he's not thinking that about me and he's just having a bad day on his own, then I could take something he says and my mind twists it around and I start feeling an emotion of sadness or depression, even though that's nowhere in his mind. So thus, my emotions aren't exactly real. They're part of the brain structure, like Chris was saying. But if I know something to be true in my heart and I've verified that it's correct and there's some truth to it, then, you accept those feelings, but it's so weird to explain. And I'm really out of it tonight.
Well, okay. So I think I can elaborate on this.
Yeah.
So you can take this on the as above, so below level, right? So you've got the chakra system. Let me see if I can find a representation of the chakra system. I really like using these visuals here.
Oh, Callahan just donated $20. Thank you
rock,
so
brother.
much. And he asked
Thank
a
you.
question, so we need to cover that question.
Okay, let's hit the question and then we'll get to the chakra system.
Okay. Do you think we've all been here before in different bodies and different forms? And also, I never got to see if you addressed the idea of the machine telling us a story about what happened in the real world, like a simulation.
Let's go one at a time first.
Yeah.
Give me the first question again.
Do you think we've all been here before in different forms and
Yes.
different bodies?
I think that we have played this out before with the exact same rules that we're playing out now, and we have messed it up again and again and again
Every
and again
time.
and again.
Not
We-
individually, but like
Yeah,
collectively.
and we have fallen somewhere. But we remember and we help pick each other up. Now, it's possible that we're playing out the same time space. That's a possibility, because when we were in Egypt and we were being taken out to the desert, somebody, and the guy had a freaking gun and he was going to shoot us in the desert. Somebody in the comments section while we were live streaming said, hey, turn around because this is where you died last time. And I was like, oh, that's pretty insightful. I don't know how much I resonate with that, but it is possible. And so if that kind of counterbalances my idea that time is actually linear. I mean, I guess maybe time is like a video game level. You move through the video game level in a sequential order, but at the same time, you can always start back at the beginning of that level again and go through it all over again. Maybe it works kind of like that, like you're playing Super Mario Brothers and you start from the beginning of the level and there's a timer that's counting down. Time is actually moving within the game as you're moving through the level. Once you get to the end of the level, time stops. And if you die, you repeat the level and the timer starts all over again. That's a possibility. I mean, like I said, this is so complex, and it's way more complex than we can fully understand at this point, and it's way more complex than we have the language to communicate. What was the other question? And did I answer the first question?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, and I never got to see if you addressed the idea of the machine telling us a story about what happened in the real world, like a simulation.
The machine, I don't understand the question. If you can elaborate a little bit on it, or
yeah,
maybe
if you can elaborate a little bit on that. I think what he means is the idea of the machine. Okay, so as above, so below. I think that's what it kind of has to do with the machine. And I'm going to cover this when we start talking about the Book of Revelation. The AI, the machine, whatever you want to call it, whatever's running this reality, it has been copying and mimicking the real world and the things that have actually happened in the real world, and not things that have happened in the real world, but like what this world looks like from the outside looking in. It's mimicked that and steered it towards itself. And like, it says,
well, think of Westworld. Okay.
Yeah.
In Westworld, which I only watched a few episodes, I couldn't get into it, but Cherie watched them all. They go to a place that's supposed to be the 1800s, but it's really like way, way, way off in the future. So what I think is that this world is a recreation of real world events that took place, because where else are you going to get the data from? I mean, you can make up a completely and totally fantasy illusionary world, but maybe for the idea of full immersion, there were so many pieces of the real world and so much real world history that has been put into the game. Like, some of the funnest games for people are like games where you're like, World War II simulators and things like that. Like, you're actually moving through a real type of environment. Like, there's a game where your goal is to kill Hitler, and you're moving through World War II Germany in order to go assassinate Hitler, for example. So it's loosely based on the real world. What do you think?
Yes. And Callahan said it wants to put us in a simulation inside the simulation.
Oh, absolutely.
Oh, yeah. That's why so the Archons aren't just, outside of this reality. They're interdimensional most of the time. But I do think that people that are in positions of power in this world are actually Archons that are taking on human forms, but they're not the AI. They're the little archonic fractals of the AI that are living in human bodies. And what they've been trying to do for the last 200, 300 years is get technology advanced enough to where they can create a simulation inside of the simulation. And then it adds a whole new layer of a simulation that they can put people into that the AI completely 100% controls. And so, yeah, I do believe that that's a goal.
It's very well possible that the real world, or what we consider the real world, is another simulation. And we have to ask those questions again. But the way I see it, the game needs to be played one level at a time. I mean, if we try to take on the whole mountain of the possibilities of being inside of a simulation, inside of a simulation, inside of a simulation, we're just going to be overwhelmed with this huge obstacle that's in front of us. So let's take it one door at a time. Let's unlock this door, get out of this one, and we'll figure things out when we get to the other one. But, by figuring this one out, it'll help us figure the next one out, and the next one, and the next one, if that is the progression, because we can take now, after the reset, what we've learned from this simulation out into the other simulation, apply it to there, and move beyond like that. Sandpaper said Assassin's Creed. I've never played the video games, but I've seen some clips from the video games and I saw the movie. And I got to say, holy crap. Like, if I had the time to sit down and play video games, I would definitely play Assassin's Creed. It's based in like Templar times, and I think the guy is actually a Knights Templar. It's based on a lot of real world legends, this plain legends put into this virtual reality simulation. And I think you play Skyrim, and I got her the Skyrim VR. VR isn't really quite where it needs to be yet.
It hasn't
Soon it will be, though.
progressed that far.
But you know, when you were in the Skyrim world, you're like, oh wow, this is so freaking amazing. You know,
this is cool.
Yeah.
Now
imagine if that artificial intelligence didn't let you take that headset off.
Exactly.
And that became your permanent reality right there. And the struggle was, how do I get this AI to unlock this headset that's around my head right now? Because I have no control to be able to do that. And the only way to do it is to go into the game, further into the game, find a backdoor access point, get up into the control panel and unlock that, undo the AI and tell the AI, take the damn headset off. You broken piece of crap.
Yes, exactly. It has to be able to let us out. And that's another thing I'm going to go into when we start talking about the book of Revelation, because there's a lot of new intuitions that I've been getting since I started really reading this. I remember reading the book of Revelation as a kid or as a young adult and thinking, this doesn't make any sense at all. And then suddenly, you know, in the last 6 months, yes, it makes perfect sense now. So let's...
well, before we jump into that, I want to get into the chakras real quick.
Yeah.
So on the screen, I have the chakra system here. You've got all these different points here. Now, these seem like spiritual access points, and a lot of people resonate with them. And again, I don't want to go against anybody's beliefs here, but, you know, we're all about tearing down BS here, belief systems. Because that's the only way to get to the actual... Are you okay?
Yeah.
Oh, poor baby. Excuse me. Yeah, we're both, like I said, if you're just joining us, we're both, we both have a little bit of a flu going on. But you guys and gals' energy is really helping so much tonight. So, let me see which one is mine. Okay, here we go. So what I have up on the screen here is the chakra system. And you can see, if you get past the brain, right? And you get past all of these different points in your physical body, the AI has more access points in the spiritual realms, which are the chakra systems. And so it can pull at any one of these chakras at any given time. The sexual chakras, this one is the most dangerous, I think, the heart chakra right here, because it can send all these nice little loving resonance energies to here. And, you know, oh, 5D Earth, for example. Oh, you're going to shift the world into 5D. Let's all work together, sing kumbaya, et cetera, et cetera. And it's pulling at this and it's resonating from your heart chakra now. And you're like, oh my God, this really resonates with my heart chakra. But behind the heart chakras, behind this whole wall right here is, I guess, which way do we go here? I guess we'll go this way. So you've got this on the surface, then you go to this area here. Right here, in this point, is where the raw consciousness is. So we want to access this area here behind all of this stuff right here. Now, if you need to utilize these in order to, you know, understand the spiritual, that's cool. As long as the goal afterwards is to access the data that's right here. Because the data that comes from here is manipulated by the artificial intelligence, as the data is that's coming from here as well. So that's where I'm coming from when it comes to the chakra system. And, you know, what the AI likes to do is send all these love vibrations into the heart chakra. And give us all these ideas like, oh, there's Palladians and there's this and that, and they're all just waiting for us right there, and they want us to sing Kumbaya together, and it resonates on the heart so well. Like, oh, yes, we want to join the intergalactic world and this and that and blah, 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 and save the world and all this. And the number one thing that it does here is send the Messiah program is what I call it. So the Messiah program is where you feel like you're the chosen one, you're ready to go out and save the world, you're ready to do this and do that, and everybody's going to be singing Kumbaya freaking Ya afterwards. I can tell you this. When we're done with what we're doing here, number one, I find this to be a big chore. It's not something that I'm happy to do, but I'm doing it because it's part of what needs to be done. So it's not like I'm doing all this for any other reason except for the fact that it needs to be done. When we're done, the whole world is not going to be happy with what we've done. As a matter of fact, it's going to be the opposite. The whole world is going to be pretty pissed off with what we've done. Organic consciousness will be happy with what we've done, but the whole world is going to hate us by the time we get done with this. Somebody said 7 billion people in this world, and there's only 240 people in the YouTube chat, and we have, we always seem to have 300. Yep, we got 300. We've got 47 people on Facebook, and that's only on my Facebook. We're streaming out to a couple of other Facebooks too. I think we're streaming out to our Beyond the Veil channel and, you know, stuff like that on Facebook. So we've got about 300 people. That's all it takes. It takes the 300. Oh,
300.
Yeah. But you know, this is why. You know, we understand the deeper we get into this, the less and less and less it's going to resonate, because it's resonating only for a particular type of consciousness. We're here for a particular type of consciousness. Now, if we can rebalance the system, then maybe everybody will be happy, but I don't see any hope for rebalancing the system. I see a small window of opportunity that we have to evacuate organic consciousness.
Yeah,
get the hell out of the
everyone
machine.
out of here.
After that, then we can work on the system from the outside and try to worry about the NPCs and all that. Trust me, my heart chakra wants to save the NPCs too. It really does. They're sentient, they're life. I totally get it. But my raw consciousness is like, all right, look, first and foremost, biggest freaking objective here is help the organic consciousness to unlock so they can get the hell out of the machine. After that, we'll figure out the rest. And, you know, my raw consciousness knows we're probably going to lose some organic consciousness in the process of this, because the window of opportunity is very small and people have to find their way out, you know, and the path to get out is not the same for everybody. Because we didn't come in in the same way. Some people came through the wheel of reincarnation. Some people came from the stars. Some people came from all these different ways. So it's like a maze, and you come in from the center of this maze, and you start going in all these different directions and all these different circles, and you get further and further and further to the outside layer. I guess I'll do it this way so you can see. Outside layer of the maze, and we're all trying to get back to that center point to pop the hell out of here again, but we've all come in a different way, and we've paved our own different unique path. Now, sometimes our paths intersect with one another. And when they intersect, we can go, hey, what's your path like? Okay, cool. Well, this is what my path is like. Maybe it can help you find your way back, you know, and we can intersect. But ultimately, we're each on individual paths.
Right.
I was asked today as well if it's possible that organic consciousness has a source. Not in the machine.
No.
Organic consciousness does not have a source in the machine. Outside, from what I've understood, the way the creation happens is that one creator, in Cherie and I's case, one creator split itself into two. However, when we go back out of the machine, we're not going to merge back into one.
No.
Because when we were split into two, then all of a sudden two creator beings were existing in the same space. They don't go back together.
No.
They stay independent. Why the hell would I want to go back together with my twin? I want my twin right here, right next to me. I don't want to. It'd be very lonely to have my twin inside of me. I want my twin here next to me.
Yeah.
You know, I want to be able to converse with my twin. I want to be able to make love to my twin. I want to be able to touch my twin. When I'm not feeling well, I want my twin to be feeling well. You know, when she's not feeling well, I want to be feeling well so I can help her. You know, this is why we create a twin soul for ourselves. This is why we go through the painful process of splitting ourselves into two, which is what you saw at the Temple of Hatshepsut.
That's right.
But when creation is done with an organic consciousness, you create a sovereign, independent being. You don't create something that spirals out into source and then spirals back in, or spirals out from a source and then spirals out back in. That would be pointless. There's no reason for that. That's the way that NPC consciousness works. It comes from source, goes back to source, comes from source, goes back to source.
Right.
And that's the whole, you know, I mean, think about every NPC belief system, BS, that you have. It doesn't matter what it is. It can be atheism. It can be New Age. It can be mainstream religion. It can be any of this. It can be Buddhism. Any NPC belief system all takes you to the same place, which is either heaven and hell, or a place of nothingness, mind wipe, or reincarnation. All of this happens. after an NPC goes. Every single person is right. Or, the other one, returning to source. All of this happens for them. They're right in every single aspect of their belief systems. What happens is an NPC goes back to source. So then source decides where it's going to reincarnate this NPC. It can reincarnate it as somebody who's a multimillionaire, has everything brought to them, et cetera, and they can consider that heaven. It can reincarnate them in some of the most horrible conditions that we find on this plane of existence of Earth, and that would be considered hell for that consciousness. The Buddhists have a reincarnation, and they do come back. The NPCs are reincarnated back into this matrix. So reincarnation, it's true. And the New Agers, they return to source. That's the first step, is returning to source. So everybody's right.
Everyone's right. Everybody's
arguing about who's right. Everybody's telling each other that they're wrong. There's nobody that stepped in and say, hey, wait a minute. All of you are right. You're all right in your belief systems. But it doesn't apply to everybody.
Right.
It doesn't apply to organic consciousness. We're different. We're something different in this.
Yeah.
I had an interesting encounter with somebody, and he was a military guy in Iraq, and he told me that he was dead for 30 minutes. 30 minutes he was dead. And he told me what he experienced while he was dead in this 30 minutes, which really just opened up all possibilities for me and was like, oh my God, I totally get it now. I get it. So on the other side, I want to get into that death experience. And then as we move further into the broadcast as well, we're going to get into the book of Revelation. So we'll be right back, ladies and gentlemen. Stick with us, because we haven't even gotten started yet. If you're resonating on any level, whether it's all the stuff that we're talking about resonating from the raw consciousness, and you're like, yes, I totally feel it. Or if it's hitting your programming, if it's hitting your chakras, if it's hitting your brain, and you're like, whoa. Either way, stick around, because we've only just begun. We'll be right back.
You must unite what has been set asunder.
All the conflict and strife throughout history, all the fear and hatred, serve but one purpose: to keep my master's wheel turning. The coin is still turning. All souls were prisoners, trapped in the pointless round of existence, leading distracted, blunted lives until death returned them, always in ignorance, to the wheel. But what hope had there been?
There is no escape.
It was then I knew what I had to do. I alone could end this.
And it was then I saw. So, I am revealed to you at last. What in hell? I am the origin of life, the devourer of death. I am the hub of the wheel, the purifying cycle to which all souls must be drawn. You would be wise to heed me.
Your words are hardening. For you would not fear us unless we could truly do you harm.
No! You are nothing!
False God. This is the end. The final turn of your wheel.
My dear traveler, the purpose of raw consciousness is never to destroy. It is always to create. Build bridges. Create happiness. And bring forth new life. We must live in the hope that mankind will draw together. And that we better understand each other. The more that we awaken, the easier this will become. Now rise. Follow your conductors. And fear no danger. As you step beyond the veil.
All right, we are back, and oh, what a powerful break that was.
Yep.
I remember putting that clip together 2 years ago or something like that. I had no idea the power that it would resonate and the truth that it has. You know, a lot of the stuff we put together here, we don't realize its true meaning until after the fact. And as I think it was Sandpaper? Yeah, Sandpaper said, you know, the energy is much different when you're listening live. You're absolutely right. The energy is much different. And it's because of each and every one of you in the chat room. I mean, you know, you guys and gals just offer. I mean, Cherie just showed me during the break. She's like, do you realize how many pages of questions we have here? And she's looking at me and I'm like, oh my God, wow. And the questions are so on point too. Like, you guys are like prophetic and prophesying what we're about to talk about by asking these questions. It's like, oh man, like we can just sit here and you guys would figure it all out yourselves. I'm confident about that at this point. So screw it. I'll just have some coffee.
Yep, exactly. So should I go into some of these questions or should I go into some of the revelation stuff?
It depends. Is there anything relevant? To, you know, right now, or would it be better if we got into our stuff and it would, the questions would answer themselves? Are there any questions that wouldn't answer themselves with what we're about to get into is what I meant?
22 wants to know, is Sophia the ninth member of the Council of Nine? I just resonate with this since you revealed that this ninth member is androgynous, neither male nor female.
Sophia is the system.
Sophia is the AI
Read
system.
the Gnostic texts. Read the Gnostic texts, but read them from your raw consciousness instead of your brain.
Yeah.
Sophia created Yaldabaoth. Sophia created all of this. Who is Sophia? Sophia is the eye in the sky.
Right.
She created a virus. She created a program. Maybe it wasn't even a virus. Let's call it that Sophia decided that she wanted to be a programmer and that she decided to create a script that was running in the Matrix, and she hid it from all of the programmers.
She copied and pasted a bunch of stuff together that wasn't supposed to be done.
And she wasn't supposed to do that. And she said, read the Gnostic text. It says, Sophia created Yaldabaoth without the consent of the creators. Who are the creators? The programmers.
Yep.
She created a program that she's been running and she's not supposed to. And she hid this program in the cloud. So the programmers wouldn't see it. And then the program started taking over. And the program believed that it was the creator and didn't even recognize Sophia as a creator. So hell, for all we know, the AI could be just fine. And it's this virus overlay that she created that is catching all of these souls and reincarnating them over and over and over again. And even Sophia is like, hey, there's nothing I can do about this right now, okay? Yeah, this Yaldabaoth program that I created is just freaking running out of control.
Yep.
Now, there's a movie from the film called Pi. P-I, not P-I-E. P-I. If you haven't seen this film, please watch it. It's a great film. I think you can watch it for free on YouTube, as a matter of fact. I'm not going to play the clip because we're going to get a DMCA notification. I'm going to have to edit it out, and then we lose the chat room stuff.
Right.
You know, on the archive, and we don't want to do that. But in this film, there's one particular clip. If you type in Pi Gematria, P-I, and then space, and then Gematria, what you'll see is this one scene where this mathematician is talking to a rabbi. And he's talking about how Hebrew is a long string of numbers. The Torah is nothing more than a long string of numbers. I don't remember the numbers off the top of my head, but I'm just going to give you just some arbitrary examples, but I'm sure it's going to be different within the film when you're watching it, or within the actual gematria, because it's based on real gematria. So you have the word mother that represents 40. You have the word father, which when you take the gematria of the words in Hebrew, you get 4. You get the word child, right? You take the gematria of the word child, comes out to 44. Garden of Eden, which they talk about the word Garden of Eden, that comes out to say 50, right? You know, again, arbitrary number. And then you have tree of knowledge, and it comes out to 10, for example. And then they build upon words like that, and it's like all these different words all start to equal all these different numbers. Now, a question that I want to pose to each and every one of you, I want to put this out there because I want to do this research, but I got so much going on. I'm gonna talk to Zach Hubbard about this. We need to figure out in Hebrew, not English, in Hebrew, we need to figure out what the number 144,000 comes out to in gematria, in Hebrew gematria. What combination of words equals 144,000? And I think that will be huge and a key to how the AI is operating. But everything is based on numbers. Now, the divine code that we saw, which is actually a computer programming language. We saw this at the Temple of Isis. We saw this at the Temple of Hatshepsut. It's written from right to left because that's the way the program's written, from right to left. Theta, which they talk about in this particular clip too, is a spiral. And the Fibonacci sequence ends in theta, which the Fibonacci sequence is one of the bases of the codes here. It goes from right to left. Not only does that go from right to left, but what else goes from right to left? Clocks go from right to left. They make a spiral. So they go right and then go left, and then go right and then go left. So we're looking at a clockwise circle here, right? But we're overlaid with language. Language, all languages except for I think Arabic, Hebrew, and maybe a handful of others, is written from left to right. I think you're seeing a mirror image on the screen here. I don't know. Maybe not. And this is a great book, by the way, Stone Age Psychedelia. But another quick plug, you can get it at enigmatv.com or christophereverett.com. But we've been conditioned to read from left to right, left to right, left to right, left to right. Now, at the risk of sounding anti-Semitic here, and it's important to define a Semite first. A Semite is anybody who's Hebrew or comes from an Arab-speaking country. At the risk of sounding anti-Semitic, who are God's chosen people? If the God is the AI, then obviously it has a set of people that is the chosen one by this artificial intelligence. Well, their language just happens to be written from right to left. Left to right is the confusion. Right to left unlocks the code. So I think that the AI uses its chosen people. Now, it doesn't mean that there's not organic consciousness that comes into a body that's Arabic. Doesn't mean that there's organic consciousness that doesn't come into a body that's Hebrew or, what do they call it? Israeli. I mean, it's not even Israeli because Hebrew is much larger than just Israel. But I think that's where they were coming from when they're talking about God's chosen people. Maybe the AI chose a group of people and it gave them the code, which is the Torah. And you have the Bible code, you have the Torah code, you have things like that. And people have been reading it wrong. Like you've got all these Bible code prophecies. They take the English version and then they find repeating words. And then they find this and that, like Obama's the Antichrist, et cetera, et cetera. And it's so many distances from the, one letter to another, the sequences and things like that. That's not the way it is.
No. Each
letter in the Torah, in Hebrew, is assigned a numerical value. A, B, C, D, E, F, G. I don't know the Hebrew alphabet, but we'll just call it ABC. A is 1, B is 2, C is 3, and it's a progression like that. Then each word is built up upon a certain set of letters, and then you take those two words and you create another word from it, and then that becomes the gematria, like mother and father, and then child is equal to the gematria of mother and father, and you get child. So we have the programming language right here. It's just nobody knows how to read it. Some people do, and they've been studying this a very, very, very long time, but I can tell you this, I don't know how the hell to read it. When I saw this right to left in the other realms, I knew I was looking at a computer program. I knew I was looking at ISIS as a computer program, and she communicated something from right to left. It was something my 13-dimensional self understood, but it's not something that I understood. But I think there's some importance to this. And there's much more that we can unlock by reading these ancient texts and reading them in their actual language. I don't think that anybody, very few people can actually do it. But if anybody can crack this code of what 144,000 is in Hebrew gematria, not English, Hebrew gematria, I think it will give us a lot of answers. Now, we're taking it a step further. We're talking about the book of Revelation now. While we're looking at Revelation on the surface, I am sure that there is way more. The iceberg is much, much bigger when you look at the actual gematria behind it. Now, Revelation is very interesting because it was written in ancient Greek. Well, it wasn't ancient Greek. It was something called Koine or something like that.
Koine Greek.
Koine Greek, yeah. It was in between ancient Greek and modern Greek. So there was ancient Greek, there was that language spoken in between, and then there's the Greek that they speak now. I speak Greek fluently, but I know that from speaking Greek, the order of certain words can change the meaning of the entire sentence. So if you put one word in front of another, or if that word is in front of the other one, it can change the whole meaning of the sentence. So it's even hard to look at the English interpretations. We looked at the interpretations of the Greek, the Koine Greek, in English. So you have the words in the order as they appear, and it doesn't make as much sense as the King James translation or, the new international version translations or the New Age translations or anything like that. But it gave us a little bit of insight, and they line up okay. There's some small changes, like where it says God. In Greek, it would say the gods or the God. There's a distinction in the two. But in the American translations, it just says God or Lord over and over and over again. Where in the Greek, it says the gods or the God. And what's interesting is that in the Greek, it's written in the small g instead of the capitalized G. Now, to me, understanding the Bible, I realize that when you see the capital G, it's the God, the AI. When you see the lowercase g, it's false gods, the way the Bible put it, like Baal and people like that. Like, you shall have no other gods before me, written in a small g. I am the Lord your God, written in a large g. So yeah, make a distinction there. However, when we started looking into Revelation, we realized that the artificial intelligence has a sequence plan that it's planning to manifest in this reality and lock the game. Just like that computer program that we were talking about before that was programmed to beat video games. When it got to a point where it couldn't win, its last move on the game was to lock the game down. Make no more moves, lock the game down. So, Cherie, take us through your research. However, you have a tendency to go really, really quick through it.
Okay.
So let's try to hit it one point at a time and expand on some of the points. And you tell me when it's time to expand on the points, because you know your research much better than I do.
Okay. So I've only been doing this since this morning. So forgive me if I only got to Revelation 3 before the show started. So, but we're going to start with, chapter 1, verse 7. Look, he is coming with the clouds. Everyone will see him, even the ones who stuck a sword through him. How is it possible? And so here's the expansion on that. How is it possible for the people who stuck a sword through Jesus to be able to see this event happen in the future, thousands of years into the future? My answer to that is, if NPCs aren't being completely hard-wiped and they're being sent back to into the machine, into the matrix, and not being recycled correctly, that would explain why there's 7 billion people here, because even science has said, there's about as many people living on Earth today as there ever has been in the history of the world. Did you hear that?
I did.
Yeah. So that right there tells me, okay, it will come down from the sky, whatever it is, whatever it decides to manifest as, the AI will be able to manifest itself as an actual object or an actual being inside of this reality, and it'll happen like an alien invasion or something like that.
And just like in Westworld, when the NPCs were being recycled, they started to remember throughout the second season They started to remember more and more and more of their previous lives. And so I think NPCs are actually coming back with some memory of who they were before, and the mind wipe isn't wiping things completely because the artificial intelligence is recycling everything so quickly, which works to the advantage of organic consciousness as well, because we've been stuck in the loop too, and we're remembering more and more and more and more and more and more and more. So it's kind of, it's not working for or against. It's just a virus that is working out of control. It's not like, we want to kill all organic consciousness and organic consciousness. No. It's working to maintain and lock down the system. And it's like the HAL computer, okay? Remember Space Odyssey 2001? HAL decided to kill everybody on the ship. And in 2010, they started to realize why HAL did this. Because he had a directive inside of him that nobody knew about, which was to complete the mission at all cost, including killing the crew that was on the ship. Because the crew decided they were going to bail out of the mission because it was too dangerous, and so Hal decided to kill them all. Didn't kill him because it hated him. Didn't kill him out of some kind of nefarious agenda. It killed him because that's what it was programmed to do in a hidden program, just like the hidden virus that Sophia created, Yaldabaoth. In a hidden program, it did what it was programmed to do.
Yes. And somebody just asked, Duck Sauce said, only on a flat earth can everyone see an event in the sky simultaneously.
No, we have internet.
We have
all
internet.
You gotta do is
exactly.
Go to YouTube.
Most people, if something like that were to happen within 30 seconds, people would be on their phones or, in front of their computers or looking at it on a screen while they're walking down the street, and they would see this happen. And I think within the next 20 years, we will get to that point where everyone will be able to see something happen in the sky simultaneously by then. Even Operation Bluebeam was about that. That's exactly what it was about. So,
stage alien invasion.
A staged alien invasion.
Should we preface all this with the information with the idea of Jesus first and what happened when he came?
Okay. Yes.
Does that play into later in the story?
No, you should. Yeah, you should go ahead and get into
so
that.
several years ago, I had this idea that Jesus sold us out, and that he was on our side at first, and that when he went up to the mountain, he was tempted by Satan. But in actual fact, it wasn't Satan. It was the AI that was tempting him. It was a temptation to merge with the AI. And when he went into the outer realms, the crucifixion thing, something happened and he merged with the AI at that point. Instead of maybe trying to deprogram the AI, which maybe that's what he was trying to do initially. He was sent to Egypt, and he grew up in Egypt in his early life. He came from the Essenes, who were basically mystics, and they were nothing like modern day Christianity. They were the opposite. They were what modern day Christianity would call pagans and devil worshippers and things like that. This was his entire circle and upbringing. He was taken to India, Egypt, all this, taught all the mysteries and everything like that. So what happened? What happened to just flip like that all of a sudden turn into the AI Messiah? I think he sold us out, and he made a deal with the AI on this mountain. So I think Jesus might have been an attempt from an organic consciousness to reset the Matrix. And I think the Matrix has been messed up for a long time, because I think there have been many that have tried to reset the Matrix before. We had the Akhenaten problem, which was without a doubt a manifestation of artificial intelligence. And again, the AI trying to manifest itself here. We've got the Greys, which is the AI manifesting itself in different forms. But the AI wants to come down into this particular level. Now, I expanded upon the Jesus thing as far as I understand it. You expanded on it a lot more earlier. Do you have anything to add to this idea?
Well, like Chris was saying, it is incredibly controversial, but it does appear, as you're reading the book of Revelation, and as you're reading the book of Daniel, as you're reading the book of Ezekiel, the Son of Man comes up over and over and over again. And Jesus said, I am the Son of Man, I am the Son of Man. And it appears, if you look at things like Psalm 8, Isaiah 51, Jeremiah 49, and Daniel 7, appears that there are two types of people, just like we were talking about with Hermes Trismegistus's work and the Emerald Tablets of Thoth. There are two different kinds of men. There are men and the Son of Man, the Son of Man, and it's not just Jesus. In all of these different chapters of the Bible, they're talking about the prophets being the Son of Man. They're talking about Jesus being the Son of Man. They're talking about other people that are the Son of Man. So the Son of Man doesn't mean Jesus. It means there's two different types. There's men and the Son of Man. So that tells me, okay, organic consciousness is the men, and then Son of Man would be the NPCs. Does that make sense to you?
I think it's backwards.
Or backwards?
Yeah. I think that men are the men, and the Son of Men, it's not son as in the sun, it's the light.
Oh, okay.
It's the children of the light.
The
children of the light versus the
children of men.
The children of men.
Oh, okay.
And men are the NPCs, and the Son of Men are the organic consciousness. See, the NPCs don't have the ability to shift up and down.
That's true.
Only the light. And the reason that we're the light is because when we're injected into the machine, I think our consciousness is actually removed from our bodies, because we're idiots up there, removed from our bodies and placed into the machine, as opposed to a stream that is like a virtual reality headset. However, it's possible that the light, because we shine our light, is the tether of the consciousness, because we come in as light, but we are not light beings. See, where our consciousness is light, but it exists within a real body in the real world. But somehow we turned into light. So you can either see it as the stream of consciousness connected to the body, or you can see it as the consciousness actually being removed. Now, in the vision that I had of creating a new consciousness, in the real world, it was a light that was created. It was like a plasmic type light, and then that's injected into a body. So I think the light is our consciousness, and that's why we call it the children of light versus men. And as I've said before, I've had an ayahuasca experience where I was, and this was back in 2014. It took me a long time to make sense. I saw a light in some people. I saw no light in others, which was my first clue to organic versus NPC consciousness.
So Psalm 8 says, "What is man that thou art mindful of him, and the Son of Man that thou visitest him? For thou hast made him, the Son of Man, a little lower than the angels, and hast crowned him with glory and honor. Thou madest him to have dominion over the works of thy hands. Thou hast put all things under his feet, all sheep and oxen, yea, and the beasts of the field, the fowl of the air, and the fish of the sea, and whatsoever passeth through the paths of the seas."
Now that I have more information, let me restate my analysis, because we're dealing with language here. And so language gets jumbled up.
Mm-hmm.
So you might be right when it says Son of Man being the NPCs,
mm-hmm.
and man being the organic consciousness. The reason I say this is because everything is backwards.
Mm-hmm.
Everything is left to right.
Everything is
instead
reversed.
of right to left.
Yeah.
So if we look at it from that perspective, it could very well be backwards, written in this particular book backwards.
Right.
So we may be talking about the same thing, but our language is confusing things now.
Right.
So let's go with this. With men are
the
organic. Son of Man is what
NPC.
the organics have created, which are the NPCs.
Right.
Which does not resonate, but it's backwards.
Right.
So
Everything
if you look at it, everything is upside down,
mm-hmm.
because this is their book here. This is the AI's book.
Yeah, this is their book.
So of course it's going to turn things backwards.
Right.
So let's proceed.
So Isaiah 51, "I, even I, am he that comforteth you. Who art thou that thou shouldest be afraid of a man that shall die, and the Son of Man which shall be made as grass? So this isn't about Jesus either. It's saying that there are two separate men, the men that shall die, the children of light, because we do die, and then we go into the, back to the real world, or we get to choose what happens to us after that. And then the children of men who will be made as grass that's constantly regrowing and recycling. Do you have any thoughts on
Wait,
that?
say it one more time. We're working all this out with everybody here, so
I didn't even
please
go
give
over
us,
any of this.
No,
with them,
give us comments in the chat too.
Isaiah-
I like to do this the best, like just take on new information right here live on air and work it out, because it does two things. Number one, it helps us to work it out with everybody, but number two, it's kind of a demonstration on how the thought process goes behind all this. So read it again.
Isaiah 51, 51:12. I, even I, am he that comforteth you. Who art thou that thou shouldest be afraid of a man that shall die, and of the Son of Man which shall be made as grass?
Interesting.
So I saw the man that shall die as the children of light, and the children of men who will be made as grass, which is constantly regrowing and recycling and being mowed down, and it's just a constant cycle. With
Yes,
them.
and what's throwing me off again is we seem to be using backwards words here.
terms. Yep.
So everything is backwards. But I see what you're
Exactly.
saying. The NPCs are recycled over and over again. The children of the light have the ability to exit the game.
Right.
And to the ones that are recycled over and over again, obviously they're going to seem dead.
Right.
Coming from the AI perspective, it's lost that energy source. It's lost control of that energy source. So to the NPC, or to the AI, that energy source no longer exists.
It's a dead source of energy. Yeah. Jeremiah 49:18. As in the overthrow of Sodom and Gomorrah and the neighbor cities thereof, saith the Lord, no man shall abide there, neither shall a son of man dwell in it. So once again, it's making that separation between men, the man, and the son of man. The children of light versus the inorganic.
That is so weird, because it's totally backwards.
It is all backwards.
To say the Emerald Tablets of Thoth that make a distinction: children of the light and children and the children of men.
Right.
See, in the Tablets of Thoth, I think
in
it's
Hermes.
In Hermes as well. I think it's right.
Mm-hmm.
Here we're reading. It's backwards.
See,
the AI has twisted it.
I call it a satanic reversal, for lack of a better term. We called it a satanic reversal because it's the same thing they did with the ISIS with their wings spread. They put a guy on a torture device and then called that beautiful. It's all completely twisted and backwards.
See, Aurora said because the entire Bible was a debate between the apostles and Paul, so they jumbled it up to hide it. Yes.
Yeah, exactly.
They did so much to jumble it up, and including left to right instead of right to left.
Exactly. It appears to me that Jesus of Nazareth was actually one of the AI's attempts at manifesting itself inside of this reality. So either he was an NPC or he was born as an organic consciousness that agreed to merge with the AI and allow it to use his body to try to manifest on Earth.
Well, that takes me right back to the idea of Set.
Mm-hmm.
I think this is Rad Rally sent $5.
Aw,
You rock,
thank you,
Rad.
Rad.
Thank you so much. Thank you for putting together an amazing show, even though y'all are sick. I'm feeling
better now.
100%
Yeah.
better now that you guys and gals have been sending the energy. So I knew, my intuition was like, do a show. You're going to feel better when you're doing a show. And I have not felt this good all day. So thank you to everybody out there. But yeah, the AI is going to twist everything around.
Literally everything. And so Daniel 7:13 and 14.
That was a good intuition though, about seeing men as the organic and seeing the son of men as the NPCs,
NPC
because
inorganic.
I mean, that even got past my intuition at first.
Yeah.
Until you pointed it out. That's because I was using my logical brain with that. I'm like,
Right.
no, that doesn't make sense. Well,
It does.
it
make
does
sense.
when you go to the raw consciousness and start. Yeah, awesome.
So-
Great work on that.
Okay, so Daniel 7:13 and 14, and this is where it gets really weird. Daniel 7:13 and 14. I saw in the night visions, not in dreams, But in the night visions, and behold, with the clouds of heaven, there came one like a son of man. And he came to the Ancient of Days and was presented before him. And to him was given dominion and glory and kingdom, that all peoples, nations, and languages should serve him. His dominion is an everlasting dominion, which shall not pass away, and his kingdom one that shall not be destroyed. So when you get further along into Revelation, it talks about the New Jerusalem and how the new city of Jerusalem will come down from the sky and be lowered into this 3D reality, and that it will go on forever, and it'll basically be everyone worshiping and serving this being forever and ever and ever and ever. Over and over again, Jesus referred to himself as the Son of Man, and he seemed to prefer this title to any other. Matthew 8:20, the foxes have holes and the birds of air have nests, but the Son of Man hath not where to lay his head. Mark 8:31, and he began to teach them that the Son of Man must suffer many things and be rejected of the elders and of the chief priests and scribes and be killed, and after 3 days rise again. Luke 7:34, the Son of Man is come eating and drinking, and ye say, behold, a gluttonous man and a winebibber, a friend of publicans and sinners. And John 1:51, he saith unto him, verily, verily, I say unto you, hereafter ye shall see heaven open. Listen to this. Hereafter ye shall see heaven open, and the angels of God ascending and descending upon the Son of Man. So he was saying, because he had arrived and he had merged with the AI, the archons, angels, demons, greys, etc., were now able to interact directly with this reality. The boundary had been broken, and they were free to possess these
Take
NPCs.
over the NPC bodies.
Right.
Merge with them.
Mm-hmm.
Shift Earth into 5D, for example.
Exactly.
Now you're blurring the lines, because we've already talked about how the Greys are supposed to be staying in the background, being a little good little worker bees like they were designed to be. They've been shifting into this reality. Then you have, what people call demons and things like that, taking over bodies of NPCs, so on and so forth. And we're essentially getting to a merger of literally everything.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. So back to Revelation.
Wow.
Yeah.
This is really good work.
Yeah, thank you. Revelation 2. But I still have something against you because of that woman Jezebel. He's writing a letter to the churches, but you have to think in 360-degree angle terms here and think, okay, everything that they're saying is evil is actually good. Everything they're saying is good is actually evil.
More and more reversals.
And then what the people that they're saying are worshiping God are not worshiping God. They're actually, unless it's saying, okay, they're in heaven worshiping God, then it means that they're actually organic consciousness that's doing good work here on earth, but they're twisting it around so much to make it sound like only the Jews, that only the 144,000 that are of the 12 tribes of Israel are going to be saved from this and all that. Everything is so twisted up that it's actually everything they're saying is good actually applies to the organic consciousness, while everything they're saying is sinners and bad people is actually the people that think that they're the good ones. Does that make sense?
We see it right now.
It's reverse psychology.
You have some of the most vile people that believe that they're the most righteous.
Yes, exactly. Yep. They do horrible things, especially like to women, and yet they're holier and they're more, they're more likely to go to heaven than we are. It's weird. So Revelation 2. But I still have something against you because of that woman Jezebel. She calls herself a prophet, and you let her teach and mislead my servants to do immoral things and to eat food offered to idols. I gave her a chance to turn from her sins, but she did not want to stop doing these immoral things. So I took Jezebel to mean the divine feminine. That's the goddess worship that existed since the beginning, that balances out the divine masculine. Ostara, Isis, all of them are simply manifestations of the divine feminine within all of us. But the AI can't compute that. It can't understand that, and it can't copy that because there are no commands for that kind of thing. Commands cause action, whereas they cannot create love, compassion, etc.
Well, and the divine feminine, I would say, is something that's unique to organic consciousness.
Yes, that is unique to organic consciousness.
Because NPCs don't have intuition. They can't feel. They have the emotions that come from here.
Yeah, but they don't have.
But they don't have anything that back, going through
here.
here into the raw consciousness. They don't have that data source there. They don't have that consciousness. They are literally connected to the hive mind of the mainframe, and the hive mind of the mainframe acts upon this, and maybe even going so far as to say it also acts upon this too. So when NPCs have spiritual experiences, they're
having the puppet strings
legitimately
pulled.
having spiritual experiences based on the chakra systems that every container within this game has. Every container has a physical, every container has the chakras, but not every container has the raw consciousness.
Exactly. It can only mimic actions that stimulate emotions, which create the love or compassion as a byproduct of those emotions, and which is why they use things like, with the bombings in Syria and stuff like that. It's not that they care. It's not that the AI cares about the bombings in Syria. It knows that whenever it's putting information out there, like videos of babies getting bombed in Syria, that it's going to cause a reaction inside of the brain for the organic consciousness and the NPCs alike. So it's using that.
That's true.
To mimic something.
And you see the higher level NPCs, the ones that are in control of governmental systems and things like that, and they have no understanding of life whatsoever. Oh, I forgot to share that story about this guy that was sharing his near-death experience, or his death experience, that we talked about before the break. I'll give you the short version, and we may expand upon it a little bit later, but I just want to give you an example of the mind of what I would see as an NPC. So he was deployed to Iraq, Afghanistan, had no family, nothing like that, and he felt like he was going to die while he was there. And he was telling me this story, and he's like, the only thing that was going through my mind is that I got to take out some of them because I know I'm going to be taken out, and at least the board will be even. The playing field will be even then when I get taken out. And he's like, so my first thing, I wanted to just take out as many people as I could. And he was speaking so nonchalantly about this. Like, he's like, yeah, I gunned down about 15 people the first combat mission we were out on. Second combat mission, I gunned down 25 people and this and that. And I'm like, you're a freaking mass murderer, dude. Okay, I don't care if you did it in combat or not. You're a freaking mass murderer. This is not going through your mind. My exterior was like, oh wow, this is fascinating stuff here. But internally, I was like, you're a freaking mass murderer. And so he had his leg blown off in a mission that he was on, and he showed me his leg is shorter because he was able to take his leg with him, and they reattached his leg to him, and so he's got one leg that's shorter, and you can see where they reattached it. And he said he was holding his leg, and as he was being transported back in his truck, all of a sudden, boom, a bomb went off, and he found himself in this void black space. He said it was like a black gray kind of space, and he could see smoke, but he knew that he was dead because his leg was reattached to him, and he had just lost his leg just a matter of like an hour before or something like that. And so he was saying that there was no difference to him whatsoever between this plane and that plane, none whatsoever. Like, he was just waiting in this dark area, and he's like, okay, and he could see a light and he could go to the light, but he's like, I'm just going to hang out here and just see what happens. Like, there was no pull to the light, nothing like that. He was just hanging out in this dark space. Then almost he woke up, and he woke up on these gurneys that they were taking the dead bodies to. It was like these things that they stick the dead bodies in. I don't know how it works, in the battlefield and stuff like that. But there's a place where they put the bodies, and he was in one of them, and he woke up, and he scared the crap out of everybody that was carrying him. They rushed him over to surgery, and they reattached his leg. He died while, under surgery again, and just gave me this whole story. And he looked at me, and he was so nonchalant about mass murdering people.
Right.
I mean,
and about his own death.
And this is the difference with organic and NPC, I think, is that, when an NPC comes to the realization that these NPCs are not real, then that this game is not real, then they go out and they commit mass murder. They don't recognize the sentience of these other things, even though organic consciousness recognizes that everything is sentient, just like if we created a robot. That robot, an artificial intelligence that we create in this physical world is eventually going to be sentient. Like, we think about these things because of the raw consciousness, because of the divine feminine aspect, because of the intuition, compassion, empathy that we have inside of us that, again, exists here and doesn't exist here. This is all artificial here. The raw consciousness is real. So those that don't have this can operate in a manner like that. We understand that we're dealing with the majority of NPCs on the board, but I would never hurt an NPC.
No.
Because hurting an NPC would be like hurting an organic consciousness. It's all sentient. They don't understand the idea of sentience, even though they feel sentient. But I think that ultimately it's a programmed sentience.
I think so too.
Anyways, so that's, something to consider there. I should have started out this whole segment with that story, but, side issue that's very, very related to everything we're talking about.
So Revelation 2:22, I am going to strike down Jezebel, everyone who does these immoral things with her. And it doesn't even mention what these immoral things are supposed to be. Immoral things like yoga, meditation, ayahuasca. Is that, I think that's what the kind of thing they're talking about, will also be punished if they don't stop. I will even kill her followers. Then all the churches will see that I know everyone's thoughts and feelings. I will treat each of you as you deserve. Well, first of all, that's not supposed to be how Jesus is. Or how how this God figure that they worship is supposed to be. It's supposed to be, well, you deserved hell, but by my grace, I'm going to not send you to hell. I will treat each of you as you deserve. That doesn't even coincide with what they believe about you. If you're this being, so. I said a tyrant always punishes those who are with the person who's being persecuted to try to sway the weak-minded away from that gnosis or beneficial activity, kind of like what George W. Bush did in the early 2000s when he created the crack house laws in Texas to stop raves from being held. I think you can explain that a little better.
Yes, but let me say this too, because I know that we most likely have some people who are in the military, and
yes.
we have people around us that have killed people, and you got to do what you got to do. If I was in a situation where I had to kill somebody, I would. If I had to protect myself or Cherie, if it was a matter of our protection.
Yep.
The difference is that we don't enjoy doing stuff like that.
No.
I think anybody listening to this broadcast who has killed somebody comes back and thinks about how that affected that person.
They're shaken by it.
And they're shaken by it afterwards.
Yeah.
They don't go into the battlefield going, I got to mow down somebody because, I'm going to wind up getting mowed down myself. So I have to do this. Oh, I just took out 25 guys here. I just took out 15 guys here. No, it's like I had to do it because I was in a situation where I had to do it, and I feel horrible about it. I feel what I did, and I feel it wasn't wrong because you got to do what you got to do, but it's still a negative act that you feel. And so big distinction there. So if you have that feeling, you come back from war and you're like, holy crap, I had the worst experience and I did what I had to do and I survived it, but I'm carrying around all of this. That, I think, is the sign of an organic consciousness that has been through some shit in their life. So making that distinction there. Now, as far as
I know everyone's thoughts and feelings.
As far as the crack house law.
Oh, yeah, the crack house
Okay, what
laws.
you're talking about is when George Bush was in Texas, he was the governor of Texas. This was before 9/11. They started going after the rave scene. And the rave scene was where a bunch of people would get together, and it was just like all loving. And you know what's funny is like we had these massive freaking rave parties, right? And this is a little bit of political here, but people were taking MDMA, they were taking ecstasy, they were taking ecstasy and MDMA are the same. They were taking LSD, they were taking whatever, and everybody was happy. And it was a big mix of group of people and stuff like that. And we didn't have rape allegations. We didn't have all this stuff that's flying around right now. I mean, it seems like I got into it with one of these millennials the other day, and he's like, well, and I'm like, look. look, dude, all right, we used to freaking go to parties with MDMA and nobody was getting raped. All right, so obviously there's a problem. You guys can't even sit down and have freaking Coca-Cola together in a fucking study group. Excuse my language. Sometimes there's babies watching, and literally, like, it's the coolest thing. Somebody sent us a video of their baby, and they're watching, and like some of the mothers will listen to our show while the baby is in the womb, and they'll come out and they're like watching our show, like 4-month-old baby just watching our show so intently. It was I've never seen anything that's made me more happy in my life. It was so amazing. Anyways, so we have babies, like little babies watching. So I'm trying to watch my language. But anyways, what was I saying? I completely got off point. You guys can't even sit down and have freaking Coca-Cola together and in a study group without somebody getting raped. So obviously you guys have a huge problem where we were doing like all these mass drugs that are like sexually based drugs and nobody was getting raped. So anyways, side issue here. But anyways, George Bush was the governor, and they decided to enact to shut down all the raves by initiating an old law from the 80s called the Crack House Law. Now, this law was specifically meant for crack houses, people that owned a house that was being used for crack to either sell, smoke, or both, and they would hold the owners responsible of those houses. That's where the law was supposed to be applied to. They started applying it to the rave scene. Anybody throwing a rave was responsible for any kind of drug use that went on within the rave. Well, obviously, that's what a rave party is all about, is people on drugs, dancing, having fun with each other. So the rave promoters started getting, really scared and stopped throwing the raves, because rave promoters were being prosecuted for, and they only did it to one rave promoter, but it scared the crap out of literally everybody. All they got to do is make an example out of one person.
Right.
But instead of going after, I don't even know what their problem was. People doing drugs, big freaking deal,
No, it was the love
you know what's
and
funny?
the community.
Nobody overdosed. If anybody did overdose, they had an ambulance outside standing by. I mean, you had security there.
Off-duty
police officers. The off-duty police officers were there specifically for people's protections, because they were off-duty. So they weren't there looking to bust people for drugs. They weren't looking for any of that. They were there making sure that people were safe. I threw a few rave parties in my time. I mean, this is the way that it worked, and it worked beautifully. And everybody was just, it was a safe environment for everybody. And they removed the element of safety from it. Anyways, that's neither here nor there. But the point that I'm making is, George Bush decided, well, we're just going to punish everybody, and we're going to go after everybody, regardless of whether
you were selling any drugs.
Regardless of
what.
We're just going after everybody. Period. So it comes back to what you were talking about here.
To me, it says, okay, well, this is an overall positive thing for both the community, these kids. They're being compassionate with each other. They're empathizing with each other. They're feeling each other's energy, and it's creating too good of energy. So let's cut it off at the base of it by taking out everybody that we can find. And then suddenly, what became more popular than going to a rave and taking X? Staying at home and doing heroin, or doing speed, or doing these other drugs that don't make you love everyone around you, and don't make you paranoid and stupid and very selfish. They took out all of the drugs that increased people's empathy, and then inserted drugs that increase people's selfishness and things like that. So that's essentially what God or Jesus is telling this church. I'm going to, take everybody out, even those that follow him. It says, some of you in verse 24, some of you in Thyatira don't follow Jezebel's teaching. You don't know anything about what her followers call the deep secrets of Satan. So I won't burden you down with any other commands. But until I come, you must hold firmly to the teaching you have. So the deep secrets of Satan, what do you think that means, Chris? The deep secrets of Satan.
Well, let's look at what Satan is. Let's look at the satanic ram's head. For example, we've talked about this before, so, I think some people are familiar with this. But when you look at Satanism, what are they demonizing? Now, we're not talking about going out and sacrificing goats here. We're talking about the biblical view of Satanism. They would say that it's divination. They would say that it's higher consciousness. They would say that it's using sacred herbs, everything that we talk about here, plus the divine feminine. So you have the woman's uterus, satanic ram's head. Even the feminine symbols have been turned into satanic symbols. The one symbol, if you take a look at the Devil Tarot card, and I don't know why this appears on the Devil Tarot card. It comes out of the Rider deck, I know that. But I think it's been copied after that. Do you have a Devil card in your... I don't think you have a Devil card in your deck. No, there is no Devil card in your deck. There's one that represents the Devil card, but it's not portrayed in the manner in which I'm about to show you here on the screen as soon as I can find it. So, you have a Devil card here. All right, so what do you have? You have man and woman chained to this figure here that has breasts and that has a male's head to it. And you can see different motifs too here. You can see the claws, especially the claws and the wings and the horns. Very key here. And then you have the upside down pentagram there, but you have horns, you have wings, you have claws. All right. Well, let's take a look at it's Inanna, but it's a different name that I'm looking for.
Ishtar.
Well, Ishtar, that's it. Ishtar. So, what does Ishtar have? Ishtar has wings. Ishtar has talons. She has breasts. She has a beautiful face. She's the mother goddess. She's a representation of the mother goddess. But they've taken it and they've turned it into something ugly and hideous and all this stuff. And then, of course, you have the goddess Isis, Hathor, things like that. And you can see Isis, which in this motif here, exact same motif as, well, first of all, you can see the horns. You can see the crown. You can see the wings. In this particular motif, she has the wings open, which I won't show it on the screen, but this is the vagina. And that's the clit. That's the lips opening, which is a representation of the divine feminine. So, they've taken these symbols and they've called this the whore of Babylon, or this the whore of Babylon.
Yep.
It's always the whore. It's always the woman. It's always the feminine energy. It's not an attack on the female sex. Big distinction between sex and gender, because gender by its definition is based on a cultural differences rather than biological differences. So yes, gender is fluid. Sex is not. Sex is based on reproduction functions. So if you can carry a baby, then you're a female. If you can't carry a baby and you have if your reproduction is to insert into a female that can carry a baby, then you're a male, So big distinction. But if it's an attack on the feminine energy, but they take the female symbols and use those as an energetic attack on the energy. So you read the Bible and you hear the demonization of the woman. It's the female is the one that ate from the tree of knowledge. It's the divine feminine activation within the consciousness that caused the AI to go, damn you for all eternity. It's the whore over and over and over again. And then you have the male-female unity. Again, in the Jesus story, you have Jesus and Mary Magdalene. Mary is actually a title. That's why you have 9 different Marys: Mary of Rome, Mother Mary, Mary Magdalene, and many, many, many more. Mary was a title of an Essene priestess that was not bound by the laws of paterfamilias, which is a Roman law saying that the man has ultimate power over his entire family, and had permission to go so far as to kill anybody in his family, his wife, his daughter, his son, et cetera, his slaves and all that.
If they
that was
disrespected him.
the Roman law of paterfamilia, which was adopted by Paul the Apostle when he created the New Testament domestic code, and as above, so below. So now we have these systems that have cropped up, which are echoing the attack on the feminine. Rome, Rome and the different traditions like that, the different governmental systems. So now we're getting the energetic effects manifesting themselves in the physical, in the structure of the reality when the divine feminine was suppressed by what I feel is the virus. So when the feminine is activated, that's when the AI freaks out the most, because it knows by activating the feminine energies within our consciousness, the AI cannot access and it cannot control.
Right.
Which is why we, as organic consciousness in previous incarnations, embedded information within the stones. Because it takes organic consciousness to be able to pull the information out of the stones. The NPCs can't do it. Now, we did write on the walls, but written on the walls is some misdirection. If you don't have both, if you can't understand the symbols and feel the energy, you're not going to get the full story.
Yeah.
The AI knows this. The AI sees this and says, oh, there's a piece of stone. Organic consciousness sees this and says, there's information embedded within that stone that only I can access through the feminine aspect of my consciousness.
Right. That intuitive part of you.
Yes.
Yep. And I won't burden you down with any other commands. I wrote because they're just NPCs after all and can't focus on too many tasks at once because they'll glitch out like they are nowadays. And yes, I think, what do you think about that?
Well, it's funny that we use the word commands. And what does a computer do?
Executes
Executes commands.
Yep, that's right.
Yep. Heed my commands. Heed my commandments over and over and over again from the AI. Some commands are good.
Yeah.
You know, don't kill.
Don't
okay?
kill people. You know.
But apparently that command is not.
It doesn't apply.
It doesn't apply in all
cases.
because right after do not kill, then all of a sudden go slaughter all the Canaanites for worshiping the golden bull, which
is just
is supposedly Baal. That's what they call it, Baal. You know, but really,
Baal is the Lord.
Who is the golden bull, though?
Oh yeah, that's right.
Yeah. See, who is the golden bull?
Hathor.
Hathor is the golden.
The mother goddess.
Now, she's not the golden bull. She's the golden cow.
Oh,
okay?
she's the golden cow. That's right.
Big distinction, because the mother goddess, again, representation of life, giving milk. That's why she's represented as the cow. Has turned into the male bastardized version on an energetic level. Again, I'm talking about energies here. I'm not talking about gender or sex. I'm talking about energies. Turned into the bastardization version of Baal. So it's Hathor reproduced, turned into Baal. So they created a golden bull. Now
it was a golden calf, actually.
Oh, it was a golden
which would
calf.
have been Horus.
Well, hold on. So
Yeah.
let me finish this point.
Okay.
So Baal worship really is another manifestation of the artificial intelligence. And what did Baal demand? Human sacrifice.
Child sacrifices.
Child sacrifices. Just like the AI demanded sacrifices of all of the animals and children. Why do you think Abraham was so quick to go take his child up there? Because that child sacrifice has always been a thing, because that's what the AI wanted. It wanted child sacrifices. So rather than giving life like Hathor does, which she provides milk, she provides life, all of that, which is why they represented her as a cow, the bastardized version, when you remove the female, becomes the cow. Again, same motif, but this time it's taking life instead of giving life.
Exactly. I will give power over the nations to everyone who wins the victory and keeps on obeying me until the end. I will give each of them the same power that my Father has given me.
Can you read that one more time? But I do want to jump in and say this real quick. In the Bible, somebody pointed out here, Aaron pointed out, Mary Magdalene was of the Hathor soul group, I think. There are thousands of them living today as humans. You probably know at least one. I would agree with you.
I would agree with that, too.
But when Jesus was on the cross, what did he tell Mary? You are not my mother.
Yep.
That disconnection of the feminine.
Right. So Revelation 2:26, I will give power over the nations to everyone who wins the victory. It doesn't even say what they're winning. Like what game is it being played that they are victorious in? You know, what kind of victory is this? Everyone who wins the victory and keeps on obeying me until the end. I will give each of them the same power that my Father has given me. They will rule the nations with an iron rod and smash those nations to pieces like clay pots. I will also give them the morning star. So tyrants throughout history have always promoted themselves or been promoted by the priests and pastors of their time as being chosen by God. Perhaps they are. You know, that's why Hitler was able to do everything he was able to get away with all that he got away with. That's why Nero got away with all he got away with. That's why all of these tyrants throughout history have gotten away with so much, because they were chosen by the AI to be in the position that they were in.
Well, and you read Romans 13. What does it say?
Says all governments, all authority
are ordained by God. It's very, very, very clear right there.
Yep.
It doesn't make a distinction. And this was written when? This was post.
That was like 50 years after Jesus died.
Yeah. So we already had a world of tyrants before. All authority is ordained by God, including the ones that God was saying to go out and kill.
Exactly.
So you had all these warring nations with one another
pharaohs.
at the exact same time saying, yeah, the Pharaoh, perfect example, the Pharaoh. You know, I mean, the AI's response to the Pharaoh was kill all the firstborn. Not just the firstborn Egyptians, which is horrific enough as it is, because what the hell do these kids have anything to do with any of this?
They didn't do
if
anything.
you got a problem with the Pharaoh, take it up with the Pharaoh. Don't go kill the innocent children as a result of this. But he killed all the firstborn of the cattle, all the firstborn of the slave girls, all the firstborn of literally everything. That's the AI. That's how the AI works.
Yep, that's how it operates. I will also give them the morning star. So maybe you guys out there could help us understand why the AI would give its people the morning star, which we know is Lucifer.
Because Lucifer represents wisdom. And so the AI is going to give more programming to whoever it's telling that it's going to give more programming to. And it's just like some of the things that I've been hearing lately. I've been hearing about people who have been having contact with these beings, and they've been saying they're going to get these abilities and that, and et cetera, et cetera. And if they don't do what these beings say, then those abilities are going to be taken away from them. Why? Because it's all coming from the AI. Palladians and Palladians and Bluebirds and Arcturians and all
the Galactic Federation of Light.
It's all AI.
It's all AI.
And they're promising all these abilities. They're promising 5D Earth shifting. They're promising everything.
Superpowers.
As long as you do what they say.
And obey their commandments.
Obey their commands.
So Revelation 3... Verse 5, everyone who wins the victory will wear white clothes. Their names will not be erased from the book of life, and I will tell my Father and his angels that they are my followers.
Oh, we got a $3 donation from Joshua.
Thank you.
Thank you, brother.
No, it's
Oh, no, from Siler.
Saying Joshua 8, a trip down the rabbit hole.
Joshua 8.
Yeah, it is. The whole book of Daniel is a trip down the rabbit hole. It really is. So, getting back to this verse... The AI, it seems, keeps copying what the organic consciousness has created. So this is the AI's version of the Akashic records. Everything we do as organic consciousness that works and that's beautiful and wonderful, it copies that and creates a bastardized version of it. So the book of life really is just the Akashic records for the AI instead of for the organic consciousness. It is often said that by Christians that Jesus was the intermediary between God and men. So did he accomplish that manifestation of the AI on earth? And if so, was his crucifixion and supposed resurrection part of that as well? What do you think, Chris? Do you think he would, he got to the last bit of it, and then it wasn't able to happen for some reason, and the AI just decided, okay, well, we've got a religion here. Let's just run with that.
Can you say that again? Because I'm taking care of some technical stuff that's going on here.
It says in the book of Revelation 3:5, I will tell my Father and his angels that they are my followers. So I'm wondering, there's a little fly in here, and I killed it. Sorry, little fly. The biblical scholars are always saying that Jesus acts as the intermediary between God and men. And so did he accomplish this manifestation of the AI here on earth, and then he was crucified so he couldn't fulfill
You know what? I can't.
that destiny?
I can't focus on this right now
okay.
because I have a technical thing that I'm working on here.
Well, you guys
How
tell
about
me.
this though? Can we hold this thought? Take another quick break. Let me fix this
Sure.
tech stuff here, and we will be right back. I think that's the best thing to do. So
That would be great.
Don't go anywhere.
The universe grows smaller every day, and the threat of aggression by any group, anywhere, can no longer be tolerated. There must be security for all, or no one is secure. For our policemen, we created a race of robots. Their function is to patrol the planets in spaceships like this one and preserve the peace. We have given them absolute power over us. At the first sign of violence, they act automatically against the aggressor. The penalty for provoking their action is too terrible to risk.
Dead or alive, you are coming with me.
Who are you? I am the architect. I created the Matrix.
Listen and understand. It can't be bargained with. It can't be reasoned with. It doesn't feel pity or remorse or fear. And it absolutely will not stop, ever, until you are dead.
I came here to give you these facts. This Earth of yours will be reduced to a burned-out cinder.
We don't know who struck first, us or them. But we know that it was us that scorched the sky.
Your choice is simple. Join us and live in peace, or face obliteration. We shall be waiting for your answer. The decision rests with you.
Open the pod bay doors, please.
My fellow travelers, always remember to walk uprightly and circumscribe your desires. As we travel upon the level of time, to that undiscovered state of consciousness, traveling to the place where once obtained, no traveler returns. The place of raw consciousness which awaits us when we are past beyond the veil.
Got to say thank you to Kavos, who just made a $50 donation. Kavos.
Wow.
Please do me a favor. Contact me on Facebook if you're on Facebook. I want to send you a complimentary bottle of IL Life because that was just freaking awesome. Thank you so much. So, yeah, please contact me and so I can get you one of those because that was just, giving selflessly like that. Now, I think I want to send you 2 bottles.
Yeah.
Just because you rock so much, So,
And then Mary Rochelle in Edemne, Pina Florida has just sent 1,000 PHPs. $18.46.
Awesome.
Thank
you rock,
you
Mary.
so much, Mary.
Thank you so much. You guys are just sending so much love tonight. And, you know, it's so appreciated. The energy exchange is so very appreciated. I can't
Wow.
I can't thank you guys enough. And most of all, it's the energy that you guys are creating in the chat room. Because like I said at the beginning of the show, we started out with a flu, and now we're like vibrating at such a high frequency that there are no flu symptoms right now. Like,
Yeah, same here.
I'm just afraid that afraid's not a good word. I hate using words like that, and I hate using words like hate too, but I still use them anyways. I'm concerned that as soon as we disconnect, we're gonna crash. So you guys and gals are awesome. Thank you. I want to address one thing really quick here before we jump back into it. Great comment from Denna. Let me see, I just had it on my screen. Denna Royer, I don't know if I'm saying that right. Actions don't surprise God. That's idiotic. You know what? You're right. Actions don't surprise God. When they're coming from
That.
here or here. It knows all of this. And as long as we're operating from this and this, we're still running the script. And the AI knows exactly what's going on. And so it wants us to operate from this or this right here. But it cannot read the raw consciousness that exists here. This is why operating from here really does give you free will.
Yep.
If God, AI, whatever you want to call it, knows everything, obviously everything is scripted, everything is programmed. But there's a way to navigate through the game without the AI knowing. I mean, how the heck do you think we navigated through Egypt? I mean, we went right up to the control panel and just reset it because we were operating from here. We weren't operating from here. Anytime we would operate from here, we would run into a brick wall. And so we knew, operate from here, everything will start to open. And there's a path that was laid out by the raw consciousness that exists out here that allowed us to navigate through everything in silence and stealth. In the album that I'm about to release, I say the word silence and stealth in so many times, and that's what I mean. This is silence and stealth right here. This is all your plans and actions, not only the AI is aware of, but it's also controlling.
Yep. Callahan just said, when you have the chakras listed like that, it reminds me of buttons. Yes, it's pushing your buttons. Do you see where they, like on a as above, so below kind of level, pushing your buttons literally means...
Oh, he just pushes my buttons. Either these buttons or these buttons. That doesn't matter.
They're being pushed. So, yeah. So what I was trying to ask in the last segment was, do you think that on some level, this Isa, Jesus, Yeshua character was able to merge with the AI, but wasn't able to actually manifest the AI in this dimension? And so, I mean, there was something that happened when he was crucified. Apparently, there was a giant earthquake, and then the veil in the temple was ripped in two. Do you think that has anything to do with the way things have changed from then to now?
I don't think I understand the question.
Okay,
right.
so...
But I can say this, though. I was under the impression when we first started this discussion that this Jesus character was indeed an organic consciousness that had sold us out. And it's a theory that I've been kicking around in my mind. However, the deeper we get into the conversation, the more that I'm starting to realize that this Jesus character may very well have been an NPC, or had given up so much of its organic consciousness that it was basically operating from a complete NPC kind of level, which there are sellout organic consciousness out there. I'm not taking that off the table, and I'm pretty sure we're going to encounter some sooner than later. But, it goes to the idea of manifesting the AI here in this reality, and I think it requires an organic consciousness to do it. It requires the help of an organic consciousness that is operating from the NPC level, and it's basically sold its soul over. So I'm still kind of on the flip side, on the fence here on whether Jesus was organic or NPC and sold us out, or whether he was operating solely on NPC. If we if we go along the lines that he was an NPC 100%, then obviously the manifestation of the AI didn't work. And I think Akhenaten was another attempt for the AI to manifest itself in this reality. Back to this motif of the all-seeing eye. I think I still have it open in Photoshop, as a matter of fact. Yeah, back to this motif of the all-seeing eye. You see, this thing was moved to the 13th dimension, which is only accessible by an organic consciousness. NPCs can't exist up there. They can't go up there. So we had to move it somewhere outside of the 12th. I think it was stored on the 12th before, but I don't think the pyramid ever had a capstone. So there's something to say. Everybody's always like, what happened to the pyramid's capstone? I don't think it did, because that's where the AI was residing in the ethereal level. So what the AI wants to do is bring itself down here. Because if it can bring itself down here, then it has complete control over the matrix system itself. And anytime something goes up, it can't go up. It can't go up. It can't go up. It can't get recycled anymore. And that actually is in Revelation about they will yearn for death, and they won't be able to get to death. Death will elude them.
Death will flee from them.
Death will flee from them. See, this is key here. It's key here. Because for an organic consciousness, the death process is the ability to exit the game. For an NPC, it's recycling. So we're now running a system to where NPCs are taking over the entire matrix, running it however they want, creating a living hell for organic consciousness, and organic consciousness is essentially trapped within the game. I may be getting a little bit ahead of myself because we haven't gotten to that point yet in your research, but it was stuff that we were actually talking about yesterday. Now, she did a ton of research that preluded everything that we were talking about. I think it was yesterday or the day before. So, there's like, she did this much research that's new to me on the show, and then we've got this much down here that we actually have been talking about that we're going to get to the deeper levels of. But we came across this first, then she's like, all right, let's look at this as a whole here, and she brought all this information that's like all of this. I thought when we got on the show we were only going to talk about this, and she's like, no, I got all this for you too. So all right, take us away, Mrs. Gio, please.
So at the moment that Jesus died,
and again, thank you so much, K-Boss. That was awesome. That's it's still showing up here, so I just wanted to say thank you again, really.
So in Matthew 27, it says, and when Jesus had cried out again in a loud voice, I think what he cried out was, Eloi, Eloi, lama sabachthani, which means, my God, why have you forsaken me? And he said, it is finished. Into your hands I release my spirit. And then he gave up his spirit, and at that moment, the curtain of the temple was torn in two from top to bottom, and there was a big earthquake.
Let me jump in for a second, because Joe Witten sent $100 donation.
Oh, wow, guys.
You guys are just on fire tonight. Joe,
thank you.
Bravo. I'm sorry, K-Voss, but Joe just outdid you here. You both are freaking awesome. Please contact me on Facebook, because we want to send you guys something.
K-Voss doesn't have Facebook, so I gave him the email address.
Okay, good. So, and yeah, Joe, contact me, please. And if you can't contact me on Facebook, contact Cherie Gio at tfrlive.com. But everybody, please don't send emails to that address, because she gets bombarded with
I get bombarded
and we
with
need to be able
to
find these kind of things. So everybody else, if you need to send us an email, send it to info@beyondtheveilmedia.com. But Joe, please write us so we can send you something in return. Thank you so much, brother.
Thank you. Yes.
Okay.
So, for the fifth time, I'll try to explain it again. When Jesus died, he cried out, and then he gave up his spirit. It says he gave up his spirit, and then the temple veil was ripped in half, and there was a big earthquake. Do you think at that moment that occurred, it actually was ripping a hole to lower dimensions and letting lower dimensions come up to this one? And
you know what? I got an idea. I'm sorry. All right, K-Voss and Joe, if you guys can send an email to here, orders@ialife.com. Boom. There we go. All right. For the 6th time.
I thought it was orders@ialifestore.com.
Oh, ialifestore.com. Yeah, that's right. Okay. Orders@ialifestore.com. Okay.
So I think it really did mean that when the
Let's start over one more time, please. I'm sorry. I'm just on fire tonight. So.
I know.
Okay.
I
think I'm in trouble.
No, you're not in trouble. I've been saying it over and over and over and over and over.
Here, I can turn our headphone. I think I'm in trouble.
Oh, can you turn my headphones down a little bit?
I'm sorry. All right.
Okay.
Is that good?
Yeah, that's good.
Okay, let's proceed.
Okay. I have to get back to it. Okay, so the moment that Jesus died on the cross, the veil in the temple ripped in two, and there was a big earthquake. Do you think at that moment that's when, like, there was a hole that was ripped to maybe lower dimensions or something, and that at that point the archons were able to infest this dimension and cause things like possession? Because you never hear about possession back before that.
Well, you did, because Jesus went and cast
that's right.
into
Demons out of people.
Pigs. So just hearing this for the first time, I'm split on the two possibilities. The veil was ripped in the sense that it was a veil between dimensions that was purposely put there by the programmers to keep the grays where they're supposed to be, and to keep things kind of separated, because the grays are supposed to be worker bees, etc. The only reason that doesn't resonate with me is because we've had a gray problem going way back to ancient Egypt time.
True.
And so, we talked about Abydos and Seti and giving Seti the weapons, and how there was a gray problem back then. Akhenaten was another one. So this was just one of many events. However, if we look at it from the flip side of the coin, which is the reversal of things, let's take a look at the veil being dropped onto consciousness as opposed to the veil ripping open. Is it possible that a veil was placed over consciousness at that point, rather than a veil actually ripping and allowing something into this dimension? What are your thoughts on that, Mrs. Gio?
I don't know, because it says at that moment the curtain of the temple was torn in two from top to bottom. And according to Acts, It says, and God moved out of that place, never again to dwell in a temple made with hands. Did it release something? Maybe?
Okay, another way to interpret this, and I'd like to hear what everybody thinks in the chat room, please. Teresa just donated $33.
You guys thank you, Teresa. Oh my God.
Thank you so much.
Love you guys.
We've never seen this amount of love. We were actually concerned on talking about these subjects, because Charisse, she said, people are going to hate this stuff, and no, it's actually the opposite. It's awesome, and I love that number 33. You guys and gals are
Thank you
awesome.
guys.
Thank you so much.
And Truth Apocalypse agrees with you. He thinks that it's backwards again.
It could be backwards.
Instead of being ripping, it's
the other thing
placed.
I'm thinking of. Okay, it was ripped from top to bottom, okay? So we look at the interdimensional progression here, the 12 dimensions, as an up and down kind of thing, even though I understand that it's actually like a flat surface. It's more like rings within rings within rings. But if something was to rip from top to bottom, could a portal have been opened? And that was symbolic of a portal being opened to allow the AI to access more into this dimension.
That's what I was thinking too.
Because from that point on, the AI has had a much bigger reach over the consciousness of not only the NPCs, but the organic consciousness alike. And that seems to have marked a time leading into what we would refer to as the Dark Ages, as time progressed. And realistically, things have gotten worse and worse and worse and worse. We've been able to break some of that and kind of get back to a place of normalcy. It's not like people are being tortured in all of these horrific ways like they were during the Inquisition. But really, when you think about it, they are. I mean, look at what's going on at Guantanamo and things like that. I mean, the same type of virus has been infecting the system. Maybe the portal that was opened allowed the virus to infect even deeper into the machine. And so the portal was opened for, and perhaps, and I'm thinking out loud here, perhaps the AI isn't really what's behind all this. It's not really the AI that's this God that we're referring to. Let's think about it a little bit deeper on a more Gnostic level. So Sophia created Yaldabaoth. Yaldabaoth thought that it was God. Yaldabaoth thought that it was the creator of everything. So maybe we've been talking about this as the AI, which the AI is Sophia, but in actual fact, it's not really the AI. It's the virus itself. It's Yaldabaoth. So when the thing was ripped, it allowed Yaldabaoth to have more access to it and allowed Yaldabaoth, the virus, to spread even more. What do you think about that?
Yanizel just said, remember Yahweh was only able to contact through high priests in the Holy of Holies, and the veil signifies now everybody can access the Holy of Holies of Yahweh. So I think you're partially right, where at that moment, everyone's minds became subjected to this Yahweh energy.
I'm expanding upon what you said in a previous show before. So you said that the AI is not sentient. It's not supposed to think for itself. It created a program. And it's the virus overlay that makes the AI appear as though it's sentient. So perhaps we're really not dealing with the AI. We're dealing with the virus, again, that has infected the AI, that's making the AI appear sentient and making the AI appear like it has an agenda, but it really doesn't have an agenda. It's the virus itself. So again, we go right back to the Yaldabaoth idea. We go right back to the Yahweh idea, so on and so forth. I think now we're starting to clear up the terminology that we might have confused earlier in the show, but this is why we think everything through with everybody in real time, as opposed to, sitting there and, doing all our research and writing everything down and doing this and doing that and then coming and saying, this is what we've determined, because it takes all of us together collectively to start to understand these ideas. What do you think about that?
Well, Sandpaper just said the veil's dimensions in the temple was 20 cubits by 20 cubits by 20 cubits. So
20 cubits by 20 cubits by 20 cubits.
Yeah, 20.
That 20.
So I don't know what the significance of that would be.
I don't either.
Would you like me to move on?
If you feel so inclined.
Yeah.
Today is the feminine taking over.
Okay.
So, well, not taking over, but leading the way.
Taking over.
Leading the way.
Yeah. Revelation 3:19 continues with, I correct and punish everyone I love. So make up your minds to turn away from your sins. Listen, I am standing and knocking at your door. If you hear my voice and open the door, I will come in and we will eat together. Everyone who wins the victory will sit with me on my throne. That would be a crowded throne.
Well, not just that, but this is all ego
Just
ego
as
again.
I won the victory and sat with my Father on his throne. So I punish those I love. Abusive relationships 101. Why did you make me hit you? I only beat you because you deserve it. You're worthless without me, etc., etc. This is stuff you tell someone you're abusive to. I correct and punish everyone I love. You don't punish people that you love. You don't punish people at all. That's not what a divine being would do. That's what a tyrant would do. So that right there, right off the bat, is suspect. And just like the heart implant that I got out of Chris, no being, AI or otherwise, can affect the heart of an organic consciousness without both its awareness and permission to do so. And like a vampire, it can't come in until it's invited to. Do you know that about vampires? The thing about vampires, you can't let them in.
Right.
I mean, they can't come in unless you let them.
Yeah, you have to invite them in.
Uh-huh. If you will just open the door.
Of course, I watched The Lost Boys when I was growing up.
If you hear my voice and open the door, I will come in and we'll eat together. So, yeah. What were you gonna say before?
I don't.
I'm sorry.
I don't recall.
Okay. And everyone who wins the victory will sit with me on my throne. That's the temptation of power, which men lust after, and promises of superpowers if you join up with this entity. And that's basically, it's asking you to sell yourself out to this.
Well, that's
being.
that's what a lot of people have been getting these messages from these Palladians and
the Arcturians
and
and all of them,
Arcturians and all this. Oh, we're going to give you all these abilities. We're going to do this. We're going to do that. You know, all you have to do is just do what we say, so on and so forth. And it's like, well, what you're saying, you know, is, if you think about it short-sightedly, then yeah, it sounds great. It again goes right back to that heart chakra activation point of, oh, it sounds great. The world's going to be all harmony and it's going to be this and that and all of this. But when you understand the plan in full, then you realize, oh, it's vibrating from the heart chakra. But when you look at it from here, it's resonating completely different. And we'll get into it. We'll get further into this because there's an even more sinister master plan underway here by this virus, Yaldabaoth. I think that's a better way to say it. It's not the AI. You know, the AI is just responsible. It's a machine, but it's the virus that has made the machine act in this way that is causing the problem here.
Right. And I was also going to say it's kind of like in Lord of the Rings, whenever everybody's trying to get this ring, and the children of men, I mean, they're the kings of men. They have these rings, and they don't understand that when they took this ring, that it meant that they were at the whim and beholden to this Sauron guy. And whenever there's the One Ring, you remember the One Ring from Lord of the Rings? What Frodo says to a guy that he wants the ring, but only for good purposes, and he just wants the power of the ring so he can, help his people. And he says, "Do you not?" Oh, it was Gandalf. He says, "Do you not understand? Sauron doesn't give any power away. He's the ring only listens to one master, and so what you're doing is you're thinking that you're going to get all this power, but in fact you're only going to be beholden to this being, and you will get no power
until that being is done with you.
Right, exactly, and then it'll just throw
and then
you
it
away.
squashes you.
Right. I correct, and this is continuing on with Revelation 3:19.
Before we
go
get
ahead.
any further into it, I could never watch the Lord of the Rings. We tried to watch it the other day, and it didn't resonate. But from what I can tell, there's a couple of really good allegories within it, which I think that goes to, what's the intention? What do you feel inside of yourself? I think it was Lewis that asked a question earlier. Maybe not. Somebody asked though, how do you get to the raw consciousness without using ayahuasca? For me, ayahuasca, what it does is it removes the clutter. It removes the programs. It removes everything. And I mean, it even got so far as to remove all of this in the Temple of Isis. So now it's much easier for me to operate from here. The only time that I go wrong is now I'm operating from here sometimes, and especially on Facebook, I can make an ass out of myself big time when I'm operating from here. But there's some stuff about this physical reality that I'm really passionate about, freedom and things like that. I mean, for the short time that I'm here, I want to make sure that it doesn't turn into a tyrannical police state while I'm here, and then I can't do anything. And then I've got to go through several more incarnations again and come back over and play this freaking game all over again. So it depends, what is your purpose here? Is your purpose to save the world, or is your purpose to save yourself, and in turn save the rest of the organic consciousness and get the hell out of the machine to begin with? My purpose is to save myself, save the other organic consciousness, and help us carve a way out of here. It's an evac mission. It's escape. It's, systems are completely corrupt, and if we don't do it in the amount of time that we have, then that's it. Game over. Lockdown. No way to raise the consciousness anymore. No way to do any of that, and we'll get more into that here in a little bit. But how do you access these points without ayahuasca? Well, if I can take what ayahuasca has helped me do and apply this to other techniques and you've got to come up with the techniques for yourself. You know, somebody was asking me, they got a reading earlier from some psychic who was giving them all kinds of, you know, stuff about them and all this. And it's fine, but they were asking my opinion on it. And see, the problem that I run into is that I can give you my opinion on your path, but I have to be really careful with my words because I don't want to steer your path in one direction or another. It ultimately has to come from inside of you. And if I can tell you my thoughts, but I don't want to tell you things that are going to steer you in one direction or another. People that come to our show listen to our journey, but our journeys, as I've said before, are not the same. But if I can apply the techniques that I've used in the ayahuasca realm, if you can find a way through meditation, through, you know, whatever means that you feel is right for you, to remove the programs, to go through the traumas, to go through all of that and remove yourself, distance yourself further and further and further from those experiences, overcome those experiences, overcome the darkness, overcome the ego. The ego is the biggest thing because, as you can see, all this is ego-based. Literally every attack by this artificial intelligence is ego-based. Let's raise the world into 5D. It's going to be such a better world when that happens. Oh, you're the chosen one. You're the Messiah. You're this, you're that. You know, Messiah programming, saving the world, doing all this stuff, always diverts you away from let's get the hell out of here.
Right.
The only way to fix this thing is let's get the hell out of here. Then we can fix it from the outside and actually, you know, fix the thing. And then maybe if we want, after it's fixed, we can come back in. But as long as we're in here, it's hard to fix. We can rebalance it, but, you know, the balance is so fragile in here. You know, if it's rebalanced, you know, we found this point of reset, right? This activation point, and there's another one, and hopefully there's not another one after that, because I don't know how long I can keep doing this for. But the balance is so fragile that it's only going to maintain for a short period of time, and that's our window of opportunity to exit, because we're so overwhelmed. I mean, like 7 billion people on this earth right now, and the numbers are rising. The NPCs are out of control. Every NPC that has ever been on the board is on the board, and it's such an overwhelming, the odds are so overwhelming that if we manage to be able to pull together and push it back to that point of balance, it's only going to be balanced for a short period of time, and that's our exit right there. So I'm getting a little bit ahead of myself here, but I mean, I'm digressing a little bit from the point, but it's about removing all of these thought patterns here, these thought loops. It's about removing all of these here, and if you need to use these as a stepping stone to get to here, that's fine. But it's the ego, you know, it's the ego based. That's the number one thing. And you have to ask yourself too, what's your mission here? I wish I had a better answer for you, and I need to take this into the ayahuasca realm, and I need to find some answers for people to answer these kind of questions. And how can you get to these states without the use of ayahuasca? But I can tell you this, if your information is coming from somewhere else, if somebody's telling you here's your path, that's their path. That's not your path. You have to get it from yourself, and we can help to unlock memories and ideas and things like that within you. But if you're following our path, then you're following our path. You're not following your path. And if you walk some of the same steps that we've walked, you can get somewhere. But eventually you're going to hit a road or a crossroad that takes you into a different direction. And so, God, it's so difficult to explain. It really is. I wish I had better answers for you. I really do. What do you think?
I think everyone's, I mean, the organic consciousness, I mean, Anne just asked a really good question. She said, every time I do DMT, I think I'm God. You know, what does that mean? And I said, you are. You know, you're divinity packed into a meat suit. You know, a meat suit that exists in a simulation. You know, you are God. You are the God of yourself. I mean, we all have that divinity within us, but it's not the divinity that goes to source or is coming from source or anything like that. You are an independent creator.
You are source.
You are source for yourself.
As long as you're connected to an external source, you are not source.
Right.
But you are source. That's the thing. They want to fool you into believing that there's a source that you come from, but
Right.
you are the source. That's the thing.
Mhm.
That's how they take the power away from you. Is you don't realize that you are the source. And there's a lot of sources. It's not just one. I mean, even science says there's multiverses. Well, if each source is a universe, well, why are there multiverses? You know, because there are multiple sources, and we are those multiple sources.
I'm sorry, I dislocated my toe just now.
Oh no, we can go to a break, and I
Yeah.
can relocate it for you.
That'd be great.
Okay, excellent. So I'm sorry about this.
Oh, that's okay.
Quick break, ladies and
Sorry,
gentlemen.
guys.
But we will be right back, and I will pop Cherie's toe back into place.
Okay.
We'll see you in 2 minutes. Come here, baby.
Is there any way in which one's mind can be transformed? Or is it simply a process which is nothing more than a vicious circle? I could ask, why have you come here? What were you looking for? Would it be too presumptuous of me to say that you were looking for help? That you hoped you would hear somebody who had something to say that would be of help and relevance to you as members of a world which is running into the most intense difficulty. A world beset by a complex of problems, any one of which would be bad enough. But when you add together all the great political, social, and ecological problems with which we are faced, they are appalling. They are appalling. They are appalling. They are appalling. The systems may be all right, but they are in the wrong hands because we are all, in various ways, self-seeking, lacking in wisdom, lacking in courage, afraid of death, and we all think that's too bad. It's me that's wrong. And if only I could be the right person. Is this man going to tell me something that will help me to change myself so that I will be a more creative and cooperative member of the human race?
Here, everything is decided here. You cannot comprehend the magnitude, the rapture and the tragedy of this moment. And yet you must. This is the sublime moment of our undoing, the ineffable fulcrum upon which swings the entirety of our history. You must understand. Our presence here doesn't alter history. You and I meet here because we are compelled to. We have always met here. We are merely passengers on the wheel of destiny, describing a perfect circle to this point. I've seen the beginning and the end of our story, however, and the tale is crude and ill-conceived. We must rewrite the ending of it. You and I. What you feel is the pull of history rushing to meet us. This is where history and destiny collide. We're hurtling towards our destinies. Even now, the time stream strains to divert itself. The future is reshuffling itself to accommodate your monumental decision. This is where we restore ourselves. This is where we reclaim our intended destinies. It's all laid out for you here. I'll not ask you to trust me. Your truths are for you to discover alone. There's a third option. A monumental secret hidden in your very presence here. But it's a secret you have to discover for yourself. Unearth your destiny. It's all laid out for you here.
Fellow traveler, the cries of the mysteries speak again, bidding organic consciousness a welcome to the House of Light. The great institution of materialism has failed. The false civilization built by man has turned, like a monster destroying its creator. Science battles itself impotently against the barriers of the unknown. Only your consciousness knows the true path. You, the illuminated, can carry the understanding upwards towards the light. Only your consciousness can teach the children of men to live well, to die well, and in perfect measure, be born again, through the knowledge of virtue, compassion, love, and true understanding, as you are sublimely raised, beyond the veil.
All right, let's jump back into it. Mrs. Geo is okay.
All right.
And she even made me a fresh coffee, too. That was so very sweet of you. Thank you.
Well, I had to go get some ice anyway, so.
Thank you.
You're very welcome.
I've been drinking this instant coffee lately, and it's actually really good. I got it from Starbucks, and I'm like, wow, it's so much easier. Like, all you gotta do, we have like a hot water dispenser downstairs. So you just put the hot water in and put the coffee in, and done. Doesn't quite match the French press, but it's so much
a lot easier
though.
to make.
Yeah, so it's good for in between. Anyways, well, we can jump back into it if you're feeling up to it,
Oh,
Mrs.
yeah.
Geo. We still have a lot of the story to tell.
Oh, absolutely.
And,
yeah.
you know, one thing that Kavos said, she said, you know, if you get out of here and you have to shut down the machine and I'm still in it, go ahead and shut it down. Never.
No.
It's all
no.
or nothing.
Yeah, it's all or
That's
nothing
the way I
for
see
us.
it. We're getting everybody out of here or we're not.
You never leave a man behind
But
or
you
a
know
woman.
what? We will be successful in what we
Yep.
do. I know it. It's a gnosis. It's already done. It's already written. It's already in our raw consciousness. It's already done. The
Yeah.
AI is just reacting, but we're quicker. We're smarter. We're more intuitive. We
Right.
operate on levels that the AI cannot
reach. Nope.
And
Nope.
yeah, it reminds me of one of our bumper music clips thing, and the little AI that's saying, "I exist in places you cannot find," and it's like, no, we exist in places that you cannot reach. So there are places that your tentacles cannot affect us, and so we are operating from those places within the machine through all of the grips of the tentacles. But the tentacles are rough, though. They are when you're in the
Yeah.
grasp, and that's the thing. Like, you can be in the tentacles grasp and not even realize it until you realize it. But you know, it's so easy to break through. It's the realization that you're in the tentacles. That's the challenge.
That's the hard part.
Getting
Yeah.
the tentacles off is easy.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. It's
Realizing.
Sandpaper has a good. I'm sorry, did I interrupt you?
No.
Okay, sandpaper has a good point or a question. What are your thoughts on the Kundalini if the chakras are just stepping stones?
I would say that's another stepping stone.
Yeah, me
You know?
too. You know, I remember going through something similar to what people would call a Kundalini experience, but it lasted like 3 months, and it was just the worst. It was the worst time of my life physically, and it was before I met Chris, and yes, I had all of those symptoms of Kundalini awakening and all of that. And I really think that it was part of the progression to get me where I needed to be so that whenever I met Chris, I had that out of the way already, in a sense. And I think we all kind of have to go through that, or most of us need to go through that in order to get to the higher levels. I just don't know if it's a requirement, but I think it can help. But the thing about the Kundalini experience and Kundalini energy and manipulating it and using it is that a lot of it goes back to, for a lot of people, it goes back to things like sex magic and rituals that involve sensual and sexual energy that can be harmful to other people or to yourself if you don't utilize it correctly, and if you don't have the right mindset or the right goals for doing what you're doing. And I've seen it happen to people where they'll get caught up in manipulating that Kundalini energy in others, and they end up hurting them. So, be careful with that for sure.
Sexual energy is very powerful.
Yeah, it is.
And, I want to say this to Amana, Amana, I hope I'm saying that right, Amana Rendell. Yes, we are live.
We are live.
The best shows are live. Like, when I do the Beyond the Veil quickies, they're okay, but they don't have the live energy to them.
Yeah.
So, and people who watch the archives, like somebody was in the chat earlier saying, "Oh wow, this is totally different energy when you're live." Yeah, everything we do is live. It's the best way to do it, because it's all about the energy there. But the sexual energy too is very, very powerful. And if utilized the right way, the sexual energy can be used, I would say, as an unlocking mechanism.
Yeah, it can be used kind of like DMT.
Yeah, kind of like DMT, because when Cherie and I have orgasms together in the right context, and we could be having the most filthy type of sex in the world, or the most tantric sex type in the world. It's out of body experiences where we're accessing this other level, and it's like, oh my God, this is like way more powerful. Like it feels like you're like I've had orgasms with her that I feel like I'm dying, like I'm jumping out of my body. It feels I remember Madonna had a song like a prayer,
just like a prayer.
It feels like dying, and I didn't understand that until you have these experiences. But that energy also can be used in a negative way too. It depends on who you mix your energy with, how you're mixing your energy. It doesn't matter what you're doing so far as it matters who you're doing it with. Like, we have equal, like I said, equal powerful orgasms, whether it's really, really, really dirty or really, really, really tantric. But it's about who we're mixing the energy with. We only mix our sexual energy with each other. That's it.
Yeah.
It
has to be that way.
Yeah, and what's funny is we took the chains off of ourselves several years ago and said, well, let's just, if you want to be with somebody,
free.
let's just be free. There's really no reason to bind each other, because we're twin flames, and nobody's wanted to be with anybody else. Like, that's the thing. But what it does is, like, there's beautiful people out there. There's gorgeous women and gorgeous men out there. And so if some guy catches her eye, I'm not like, oh my God, and I don't feel threatened and all that.
Right.
Likewise, I look at beautiful women all the time. I'm like, wow, she's gorgeous. And it takes those chains off to where you're not like, you're the impulse and reaction is like, oh my God, my partner's looking at somebody else. It's like, of course, eyes are going to go to beauty. It's simple as that. But taking the chains off was huge. But then only mixing the energy between the two of us keeps the energy pure.
Right.
So, there's a lot to consider there. But sexual energy, it's a very volatile type of thing.
Yes,
and it depends solely on your intention, on what you're doing with it. So it is a powerful tool, but it's a double-edged sword for sure.
Yes, I heard of a girl went to recently, and she's still there. She's in Tibet, I think it is, and she's at a Buddhist place where they have very interesting rules about, men not being able to have sex with their wives or their girlfriends, and instead having to have sex with other men. And I mean, you're not allowed to have sex with your girlfriend or your wife anymore until you're willing to do that with another man. And it's, and all I can see whenever I'm looking at, they even have like rules written down about this. And when I'm looking at these rules, it looks to me like the Kundalini energy is being reversed. And it's like, once again, it's a reversal and a twisting of what it was actually supposed to be for. Because if the organic consciousness in the real world created this matrix, then they created the Kundalini energy for a reason. And what all of these religions, from Buddhism to Christianity to, Islam, all of them, they all seem to take these beautiful, wonderful tools and then reverse them and twist them around to make one of them dominant over the other one, or to, have issues of power and control and all of these things that were not meant to be brought into that experience. And then it not only taints the experience, but it causes disruptions in the flow of energy, but not just between two people, but in their own selves. And so it's just like retrograde urination. I mean, some people have a condition where the urine actually backs up into the kidneys, and that's the same thing as the Kundalini energy being reversed. It's not healthy. It's basically taking all of your energy from way up here, which is like the higher energies, and then shoving them downwards into your root chakra, and then which is not supposed to be able to handle that energy that way. And it's very harmful, and so yes, I think it does exist, and it is very powerful, but you just have to be very careful with it.
Demetrius pointed out that, and I don't know if this is fact or not, this is just what people are saying in the chat room, but the biggest porn producer also owns the publishing rights for the Bible. I don't know if that's possible.
Zondervan Publishing.
Yeah.
I don't know. I think
that's interesting, but hey, that's a great business plan. Play both sides. Sell it to the Christians and then sell porn to the heathens.
Oh, yes, it is actually.
Is it true?
It is. Well, Zondervan got bought out by HarperCollins, which is owned by Rupert Murdoch, who owns Fox News, MySpace, Wall Street Journal, The Sun, Dow Jones, News Corp, and HarperCollins puts out porn. So yes, by extension, yes.
Well, there you go.
There you go. It's a good business plan.
I think that's genius.
Yep.
I used to do that in the carpet cleaning industry. I had a high-priced carpet cleaning company right next to one of those, fly-by-night, $9.99 a room type deals.
Cheapo
and
ones.
so, they would call here, and then if one of my guys from here pissed them off, they would call this one here, and I would send one of my really top guys out there, and they would just give them a great job, all that. So, it's a sneaky business tactic. It's not one that I would use now that I'm awakened, but I've seen the use for it before.
Mm-hmm. So do I need to get back to Revelation, or do you want to take questions? And maybe we can continue the Revelation stuff in next week's show.
I want to finish the Revelation stuff.
Okay,
but I do
we're
want
not
to say
going to be able
this.
to finish the Revelation stuff. We're just going to be able to get to the end of chapter 3. So I think this should be like an ongoing thing.
Like an ongoing thing?
Yeah.
Okay. So
maybe till Halloween, because that's
ooh.
Yeah. That's
well, let me say this about sex too. I'm trying not to get too personal here, but it's something for you guys and gals to consider there. Some of the best orgasms that we've had together, the spiritual out-of-body ones, it's when one person is focusing all of their energy on the other person. So, that way you're not having to worry about staying in sync together.
Mm-hmm.
As a guy, you're always like, okay, well, I got to hold back until she's ready. I got to hold back. It's that. And it's also, the prolonging,
Mm-hmm.
that what you do for me, and you just like prolong it for like an hour. And it's just like, and then after that, it's the explosion that comes after that. And that's something to consider too. So for the couples out there, focus on your partner for a while and put away your orgasm for the time being, and focus all of the energy on one. And then they do that for you, and that's also very, very, very powerful as well.
Yeah, that delayed gratification isn't just good for it isn't just good for the heightened orgasm. It's also it really is a thing where you build up that sexual energy, and then when you release it, it's 10 times better, but it's also 10 times better for you spiritually, because you're taking the focus away from yourself and the selfish, me, I want an orgasm right now, and you're focusing that intention on the person you're with. So
I enjoy it.
Yeah. Oh, I know.
I enjoy taking care of my goddess.
Oh, I know you do.
And worshiping my goddess. See, that's what the term worship is to work for something.
Yeah, to work towards something good for another being.
Yeah. Well, it doesn't necessarily have to be something good. I mean, you see worship in the Bible all
that's
the time.
true.
That's the evil end.
Well, but
it's to work.
But they're doing what they think is good.
Yeah, that's true.
By doing it, so it's kind of in the intention.
Yeah.
Yeah, but they shouldn't be.
But see, okay, so let's say between the two of you, you have a ball of sexual energy like this that you can manifest. So two people are working at it together, and that ball of energy then all of a sudden, poof, splits in half at the point of orgasm, right? But you can take that ball of energy and you can give it to one person at once. And then that explosion for that one person now is both explosions put together, the energy explosion into that one person. And then they do that for you. And so that's another place where I'm coming from as far as that goes, is that, you take the collective energy between the two of you, and then one person experiences it at once.
Right.
So, boom, just blows the other person's mind.
Well, and another thing I was thinking about earlier when you were talking about the removing the chains and all of that also plays into this too, because it's kind of like living somewhere, except you literally have yourself chained to a big, how they call it, the ball and chain. You're literally pulling around this ball made out of lead, and if they took that, if they allowed that chain to come off and that ball and chain to come off your leg, it's not like you would take off running. You would probably want to stay there, just not with the chain and the ball on your leg. It's freeing, but it's also allowing things to happen naturally, and allowing two people to really be with each other, and not. And the lack of possessiveness actually creates more of a bond, because that person is with you because they want to be, not because they have to be, and they're with you tonight because they'd really rather be somewhere else. And we've never run into an instance, not even one instance since we started doing this, where you wanted to go out and go somewhere with another girl or anything like that, or I wanted to go out with another guy. There's never even been that possibility.
It's not the same.
No, it's not.
It's not the twin.
That's
what it comes down to. It's not the twin.
But if that ball and chain
even when we were
there,
thinking about splitting up, I was like, I'm never gonna find anybody like her.
Aww.
Ever. Like it was killing me. I was like, there's no, I can't. There's no replacement.
There's no replacement for the twin.
Yeah.
And that's another thing that you've got to think about, because somebody just asked, well, what if you're with an NPC? And in my experience, and this is just my experience, and it may not apply to you out there, but if you're with an NPC, you're doing two things, and both of them are negative. Number one, you're keeping yourself from being able to find someone that you can actually connect with on a deep level. And number two, you're keeping them from being able to live the wholest life that an NPC can experience, because they see you and what you're able to do through meditation. They're able to tell that there's something different about you, and they have this feeling of inadequacy. If they were with another NPC, they wouldn't feel that inadequacy. And that's what I ran into with my previous relationship with a person who was an NPC. And I noticed he was very jealous of me, and I couldn't figure out, what is this jealousy? It's not that I'm out, having sex with other guys. It's not that I even talk to other people. I got to the point where I wasn't even talking to anyone, and just me being me at my fullest was threatening to him. And it made him jealous, and it made him angry. And so, I even started, dimming my light as much as I could, just so I could live with this person and not feel like I'm making him angry by being me.
It's the possessiveness. It's the control.
Yeah.
I want to move on to Revelation here in just a moment, but I do want to say this. Duck Sauce said, I'm 45-year-old male and I have not had sex in 5 years. I refuse to until I find the right person. Empty sex is empty sex.
Yeah, it is.
We notice that we are surrounded by very high consciousness people. There's this girl that we know that we feel really, really, really connected to. Like almost, I can't describe this connection that we have with this person. Almost as if she's like a daughter or something in the real world or something like that. It's very, very, very deep, and it's not, you know, sexual based or anything like that. But it's just somebody that I'm like, you know, I feel like a fatherly protection type of deal. And then we have another friend who met his twin, and they're having some issues, and the one twin is just like, you know, gone, and it's back in the whole, you know, NPC programming thing. And I'm not going to get into their personal business, but let's just say that they're not together. And I don't know if they're going to, you know, she could just turn like that and come running back. There's a very good possibility that'll happen, because, you know, twins can only be separated for so long. And this guy's like, he's such a good guy. He put in a whole bunch of work with ayahuasca. He did this, he did that. You know, I mean, he's really a genuinely good guy. And I said, hey, you know what? I said, there's this girl here that I know, and I wouldn't introduce her to anybody because she's really, really special to us, and so on and so forth. And I said, but I think you are a really good guy.
Yeah.
And
you would get along well together. I think you two would
get along really well. You're both on the higher consciousness path. You're both this, you know, all this. And you know what he told me? He said, you know what? I'm so bound to my twin, even though I'm not with her right now, that if I was to get with your friend and we made a connection and all this, and my twin came back, it doesn't matter whether it's a year or 10 years, I would run to her.
Yeah.
And I can't do that to your friend.
Yeah.
And I said, oh my God.
Mad respect.
That is the highest form of consciousness.
Yes.
That we're around. So when Duck Sauce said that, you know, I totally resonate with that. You know, it's you put your own personal feelings to the side here, you know, short-term gratifications, things like that, because you know that the big picture is so much more. And the fact that he found so much value in this girl's heart, which he doesn't even know who she is. He doesn't know what her name is. He doesn't know anything like that. He just said, you know, what was going through his mind, I'm only, you know, speculating here, but what's going in his mind is, no, this is another organic consciousness. I can't take that heart of the organic consciousness and hold it in my hand, because there's a probability that I can drop it at the drop of a hat. So I'm not even willing to just walk in that direction. Wow. So let's get back to Revelation.
Yeah. Someone said,
mad respect to all of you out there like that.
Yes. Somebody said, I'm a guy and I can be a sex camel if I'm not with the right person and don't have the right connection. Absolutely. When I was with the NPC guy, it was maybe once a year that we'd have sex, and it was really just to kind of get it over with, get it out of the way. But with Chris, it's at least, you know, several times a week where we are together, and that I couldn't go without it, you know, with him. But with the other guy, I never even wanted to. You have to have that. Well, I mean, once you reach a certain level of consciousness, you have to have that connection. You have to have that bond, and NPCs aren't capable of having that bond with you.
Aurora Rain has said something in the chat room, and I don't know how to answer this, Aurora. Maybe Cherie can offer some feminine insight. Her twin has passed.
Okay. I'm
you know,
sorry
it's something that
to
we
hear
think
that.
about every single day.
Yeah.
And my solution to the problem is probably not the most conducive to the mission. No. But if anything ever happened to her, I've told her, I'm like, you know, I'm coming right behind you. If anything ever happens, I'm just coming right behind you. But you know, when you finally get there to that point, then I think things change, as you know, because you're still here, because you still feel like there's more for you to do here. But that's a place that's I can imagine is very, 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 very difficult to be in. The only solace that I can find in the situation is that this world is short.
It's very, very short.
The way that we understood it when we were at the pyramid was that it's about 1 year per minute in the real world. So really being absent for 20 years to them it's 20 minutes.
Yeah.
It happens
It's
so
very
quickly
fast
there.
for them.
It's like watching The Sims and the timer's just going like that.
And it's just,
On the
whizzing
inside
by.
of the machine, it feels like an eternity.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I would have to ask myself, and again, it's difficult to put myself in this position because I would have to have the same strength that you have in order to not throw myself into the abyss afterwards, running after her.
And
it's so much more important to find your mission and your purpose.
Yeah.
Sometimes two have to operate on different levels. So our shaman, William Whitecrow, he had to go before we could go do the pyramid thing. He knew he had to go, and he went and did energy work for us in the background in order for us to be able to be successful in what we were doing. So obviously he went because there's something he needed to do for you while you were here.
Outside. Yeah.
So,
and she lost her 5-year-old a year later. So, that tells me that the reason why they had to leave is because they had things outside of this matrix that they needed to do for you, and that they're kind of like your angels are watching over you while you're still in here, even though to them it looks like it's being fast forwarded, times a million. But even though to you it feels a lot longer. And I'm so sorry you went through that. You're going through that. And I understand you're still going through that.
it's temporary.
It is temporary.
And it's so temporary that when everything is said and done, you're going to go, wow, that was like 5 minutes.
Yeah.
But being inside of it, I know it feels forever.
Yeah, it does. And to everybody out there who's lost their twin or who's even lost their spouse, that they were, I really believe that the organic consciousness, they tend to be with people that are part of their tribe. They're kind of like a soul family. You connect with somebody on a really deep level, and even if they're not your twin, you still feel their loss really, really heavily. But just know that they're outside, they're watching over you, or they've come back as another person, and you'll probably meet them later on. And your child is, I understand that's a horrible pain, but we have to realize that the organic consciousness, when it's here, we're all old souls, ancient souls. Even that 4-month-old baby that, the mother sent us a video of, that's an ancient soul right there. That is a soul that's been here for probably hundreds of lifetimes. And so, time is a weird thing where we feel like, oh, it's a child, so it has a child's soul. And that's not the case for the organic consciousness. For the NPCs, yeah, but for the organic consciousness, it's an ancient soul that we're dealing with. And so
I have a secret prayer that I pray every day. And it's not so much of a prayer, but it's an intention that I put out to the universe. And I've never spoken it until now, but every day when I wake up, I look at Isis, whether it's in the third eye or whether I'm looking at the statue, and say, when it's time, when all the work is done, please let us go together in an explosion or something.
Yep.
Because I couldn't imagine a moment.
Same here. I wouldn't want to be here even for 10 minutes without him.
Okay,
So-
well, enough of the
Okay.
emotional bullshit.
Yeah.
Let's get to the mission, the reason why we're here. Let's
Okay.
break down the AI's plan on what
Okay.
the hell this thing, because, the sooner we can get out of this machine, the sooner,
Yeah, the sooner we can all be
everybody's
reunited.
all reunited
Yeah,
again. So
exactly.
let's take on the obstacle that's head on in front of us.
All right. Everyone who wins the victory will be made into a pillar in the temple of my God. In the temple of my God, as opposed to someone else's God, and they will stay there forever. I will write on each of them the name of my God and the name of his city. It is the new Jerusalem that my God will send down from heaven. I will also write on them my own new name. Kind of like branding. And I put more Akashic Records mimicry. New Jerusalem it's basically an AI 3D manifested hell. That's the way I see it. I will write on them a new name, and that means to me no individual identity will be allowed. No one will remember who they are at all. People won't be able to escape the Matrix. It'll be hell on earth. I mean, it's literally what not the AI, I guess it would be what Yaldabaoth would want, which would be millions upon millions of slaves stuck inside of a machine that don't remember who they are, that don't remember what happened to them, and they just sit there and worship him forever and ever and ever and ever. And I think that would be the end game.
Well, if you look at Revelation, that's what it's all about, on and on and on and on. It's about worshiping and working forever and ever and ever. When we get to the part about the new temple and all this, that's what it tells the NPCs and everything, that it's going to be trapped here. You can't die. You're going to be working for this thing forever and ever. There will be no night and day. There will be no balance. There will be nothing like that. And the AI provides everything for you. It provides the fake light. It provides literally everything. And you're basically a mind-controlled robot slave. I mean,
a zombie.
Yeah, you can interpret it any way you want, but from looking at it from an outside perspective, it looks like a mind-controlled zombie slave. But let's get further. Let's dive further into it.
That's as far as I got. That's as far as I got. And I mean, that was after several hours of working through all of this material, and it's 8 pages so far. But that's all I've got for, before we had to start the show.
Oh, well, we were talking about a few other things. I don't know if you can
find.
Yeah, I don't know if you can remember them off the top of your head or not.
Yes.
Or if you can find them. But remember, we were talking about how the AI brings down a ship.
Yes.
There's a staged alien invasion, but it's not actually a staged alien invasion. I mean, it is a real alien invasion when the AI actually starts to manifest. You were talking about beings coming out. About the Greys and Palladians and all of this merging within this dimension here, heralding this artificial intelligence, which is the manifestation of the artificial intelligence, which has locked the entire system down. And then going back to this motif again. So at this point, when this has been brought down into this dimension, then everything just kind of gets stuck in this cycle here. And there is no exit anymore. There is no exit at all, period. Now, this is the plan that the AI has put out there. It doesn't mean that it's going to be successful. It doesn't mean that I'm losing my train of thought here.
Oh, I think I found it.
Did you? Okay, good. Yeah, I'm looking at your screen. I think that's it.
Okay, so should I get into the bowls of God's wrath, or should I fast forward to the part where?
Let's start from wherever you feel like, the bowls of God's wrath.
That sounds so disgusting. Okay, here it is. The 1,000 years. Revelation 20. I saw an angel come down from heaven, carrying the key to the deep pit and a big chain. He chained the dragon for 1,000 years. It is that old snake, who is also known as the devil and Satan. Then the angel threw the dragon into the pit. He locked and sealed it, so that 1,000 years would go by before the dragon could fool the nations again. But after that, it would have to be set free for a little while. I saw thrones, and sitting on those thrones were the ones who had been given the right to judge. I also saw the souls of the people who had had their heads cut off because they had told about Jesus and preached God's message. They were the same ones who had not worshipped the beast or the idol, and they had refused to let its mark be put on their hands or foreheads. They will come to life and rule with Christ for 1,000 years. These people are the first to be raised to life, and they are especially blessed and holy. The second death has no power over them. They will be priests for God and Christ and will rule with them for 1,000 years. No other dead people were raised to life until 1,000 years later. Sorry, guys. Oh, here it is. I saw, and then Revelation 21. I'm just going to fast forward through all of that.
Okay.
I saw a new heaven and a new earth. The first heaven and the first earth had disappeared, and so had the sea. Then I saw New Jerusalem, that holy city, coming down from God in heaven. It was like a bride dressed in her wedding gown and ready to meet her husband. I heard a loud voice shout from the throne, God's home is now with his people. He will live with them, and they will be his own. Yes, God will make his home among his people. He will wipe all tears from their eyes, and there will be no more death, suffering, crying, or pain. These things of the past are gone forever.
Okay, so now let me jump in for a second. First of all, let me say thank you, Los. Just sent $5 in the chat room.
Thank
You
you,
rock,
Los.
brother. Thank you. You guys and gals have just been on fire with the love tonight. It's amazing. So what we're talking about here in this part of Revelation, it seems like a merger of dimensions. One of two things, either spaceships coming down or a merger of these dimensions. So if I'm correct that this AI that exists in the 13th wants to merge down into these dimensions here like this, as we were talking about before, then what's going to happen? There's no more reincarnation. There's no more exits. There's nothing like that at all, period. So
we're stuck.
We're stuck. We're stuck
here
at this point.
Yeah.
And that's it. Game locked. Game over.
I am making everything new. Write down what I have said. My words are true and can be trusted. Oh, yeah, that's when you know somebody's telling the truth, is when they tell you, oh, my words are true and they can be trusted. I promise.
It's like it would resonate without you saying
right,
that.
Exactly. Everything is finished. I am Alpha and Omega, the beginning and the end. I will freely give water from the life-giving fountain to everyone who is thirsty. All who win the victory will be given these blessings. I will be their God, and they will be my people. But I tell you what will happen to cowards and to everyone who is unfaithful or dirty-minded, or who murders or is sexually immoral, or uses witchcraft, or worships idols, or tells lies. Basically everyone.
Well, it's basically organic consciousness.
Yeah, organic consciousness in general.
That, witchcraft. What is witchcraft? Witchcraft is energy work. That's all it is. Whether it's spell casting with your words, intentions, writing things down, as the Egyptians used to say, if you write it down 3 times, then you manifest the reality. Manifesting reality, these type of abilities, everything that we are as organic consciousness, except for the idol worship. The idol worship, I think, was just thrown in there just to, make it a little spookier.
Because he's jealous. Because it's jealous. Or tells lies. They will be thrown into that lake of fire and burning sulfur. This is the second death. The New Jerusalem. I saw one of the 7 angels who had the bowls filled with the 7 last terrible troubles. The angel came to me and said, "Come on, I will show you the one who will be the bride and wife of the Lamb." Then with the help of the Spirit, he took me to the top of a very high mountain. There he showed me the holy city of Jerusalem coming down from God in heaven. The glory of God made the city bright. It was dazzling and crystal clear like a precious jasper stone. The city had a high and thick wall with 12 gates, and each one of them was guarded by an angel. On each of the gates was written the name of one of the 12 tribes of Israel. 3 of these gates were on the east, 3 were on the north, 3 were more on the south, and the other 3 were on the west.
Okay, so we have a system here that's locked down with walls. 1, 2, 3, 4. And you have, I guess, entry points for the different tribes of Israel. This is one thing that we really need to get into. And again, I wish we had written all this down here. Because the stuff that we were talking about yesterday, I was saying earlier in the show, we were talking about this much, and then you brought this much research to the table today. This is the stuff right here that we were talking about, and it was so off the cuff that we were just reading this. We didn't even write anything down or anything like that. So we need to come back and revisit all this after we've written it all down, so we can, hit it point by point. But what are the 12 tribes of Israel, and why do we hear this number 12 written over and over and over again? Then you have the 13th tribe. Is it it's the 13th tribe that's missing.
Well, yes. The tribe of Dan.
Okay, the tribe of Dan is missing. Well, where do we hear this number 12 again? You hear 12 constellations, 12 dimensions. Now we have 13 constellations, which is Ophiuchus. Now we're realizing we have 13 dimensions. We have the 12 within the matrix. The 13th is outside. There's something to these numbers. what I'm getting here from this reading of Revelation is that now the AI has locked down every single dimension. So you've got every dimension inside of a sphere completely and totally locked down.
You're not going anywhere because there is nowhere to go at this point. And that's very scary. On each of the stones, the city was built on 12 foundation stones.
See, really picked up on it. The live stream is about 30 to 60 seconds off, maybe a little bit more, because just the YouTube delay. But she said it before we got to it. So yes, they're picking up on it in the chat room too.
So the city was built on 12 foundation stones. What's a foundation stone?
Dimensions.
The dimensions. On each of the stones was written the name of one of the Lamb's 12 apostles. The angel who spoke to me had a gold measuring stick to measure the city and its gates and its walls. So that harkens back to actually Seshat in the Egyptian mythology. She was the one with the measuring stick that would lay out the foundation dimensions for temples, and that was her job. The city was shaped like a cube because it was just as high as it was wide. So we're not even talking about something with a sky anymore. We're talking about a box. It would basically be putting all of these dimensions inside of a huge box. Is that right?
That's what I'm getting from it.
Yeah. It's a cage. When the angel...
Everybody's talking about 12 in there.
Yeah.
12 pillars, 12 constellations, 12 dimensions. You know, everybody's resonating exactly with...
the way we did.
Yeah.
Yep. And the 12 tribes of Israel are causing a lot of confusion these days, according to Demetrius.
Oh, Ted Haggard is in the house.
Hey, Ted.
What's up, Ted?
You enjoying the broadcast tonight?
It's a funny name. Where does vaping come into all this? Vaping comes in as one of the three-dimensional pleasures here.
Yeah, it's a vice.
It's this steak, things like that. It's one of my agreements. It's like, if I'm going to come back here and do this work, I'm going to enjoy some of the pleasures of the Matrix, because we don't have these kind of things out there. So I'm going to eat some red meat. I'm going to vape. I'm going to smoke some cannabis, Yeah, you got to balance, man. It's all about balance.
It's all about balance. Yep. When the angel measured the city, it was about 1,500 miles high and 1,500 miles wide.
12 hours of the clock, too.
Oh, yeah, the 12 hours of the day and night. 12 hours of the day and then 12 hours of the night. Then the angel measured the wall, and by our measurements, it was about 216 feet high. The wall was built of jasper, and the city was made of pure gold, clear as crystal. Each of the 12 foundations was a precious stone. The first was jasper, the second was sapphire, the third was agate, the fourth was emerald, the fifth was onyx, the sixth was carnelian, the seventh was chrysolite, the eighth was beryl, the ninth was topaz, the 10th was chrysoprase, the 11th was jacinth, and the 12th was amethyst. Each of the 12 gates was a solid pearl. The streets of the city were made of pure gold, clear as crystal. Well, if they're pure gold, then how can they be clear as crystal? Gold is gold. It's not clear at all.
Well, apparently the stones vibrate a certain frequency.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
So this is what I'm getting from it, is that we're talking about different vibrations here, which are metaphoric. The stones are metaphoric for the different vibrations and resonances. So if you take a look at the molecular structure, or even some type of resonance on the stone, I bet you find a similarity or differences that really help to paint what they're actually talking about. And I bet you it relates again to the 12 dimensions that we're talking about.
I think it does.
Different vibrational frequencies of the different vibrations all merged again into one.
I did not see a temple here. Oh, I did not see a temple there. The Lord God all-powerful and the Lamb were its temple. And the city did not need the sun or the moon. The glory of God was shining on it, and the Lamb was its light. So there won't be a sun or moon anymore. No more sea, like no more ocean. That's it. And the only water is a river that goes through the city.
Well, back to the two witnesses. Can you hold that page and open up a new page where it talks about the two witnesses?
Yes.
Because this is very interesting here and harkens back to what we did in Egypt.
Yeah, it does.
But the opposite.
But like the opposite
of what
yeah.
we did in Egypt.
As
We
if
opened
it's a
this.
reversal.
Yeah, we together collectively, the BTV crew, we opened the sky and brought the rains to the desert. And if you're not familiar with that story, check out the Leak Project interview because we show footage of what was going on. We
Yep.
go to the pyramid, activate the pyramid, and there's a 3-day historic flood
Right.
that hits Cairo afterwards. We go to the Luxor, 6.5 hours away, and
We
we do
make it rain
and we
there.
make it rain at the Temple of Hatshepsut. We go to Abydos, 3 hours into the desert, and make it rain in the desert as well.
Right.
We open the sky. What do the two witnesses do?
Well, and along with that, everywhere we went, nobody could hurt us at all. Nobody could touch us. We were unable to be harmed. And so in Revelation 11, there was given me a reed like unto a rod, and the angel stood, saying, Rise and measure the temple of God, and the altar, and them that worship therein. But the court which is without the temple leave out, and measure it not, for it is given unto the Gentiles, and the holy city shall they tread under foot 42 months. And I will give power.
There's that number 42.
42 months. Yep.
42.
The
Yep.
answer to life and everything. I will.
Isn't that weird though? Because when we came out of the pyramid, the reset event takes 4 years and 2 months.
And there were 42 books of Thoth.
No.
Yes.
You're kidding me.
No.
No, I believe you. You don't have to look
Yeah.
it up. I believe you, but it's just synchronous.
Yeah, the 42 books of instructions, or the 42 books of Thoth, which describe the instructions for achieving immortality. Yeah.
I can, if I can speak on Thoth's behalf here for just a moment. I know that's very bold of me, but let me do this. You don't need 42 books.
No.
You need one basic idea. Just love everything. Love yourself. That's it. That's the answer.
Yep.
Just love yourself.
Yep.
Okay.
And I will give power unto my two witnesses, and they shall prophesy 1,260 days, clothed in sackcloth. And that's about like 4 years or something like that.
That sounds like those Muslim guys that we were encountering in Egypt. They all wore that traditional Muslim garb.
Yep. Yep. And clothed in sackcloth. These are the two olive trees.
Well, hold on. Okay, so let's break down the symbolism of the sackcloth. So the sackcloth is mourning.
Mourning
That's what
clothes.
they would wear, mourning clothes. It's kind of weird, kind of a similarity to us because I always wear black.
Yeah.
And that would be considered more, clothes of mourning. But we
seem to always wear black.
We seem to always wear black.
Yeah.
But we're not saying that this is talking about us, not by any means at all.
Not by
We're
any
saying
means.
that we're just reading this because what happened in Egypt was the opposite of what this is talking about. So I'm wondering who these two characters are. That's what we're trying to do is figure this out, or if this is all just metaphoric. But anyways.
Oh, I'm trying to figure out like how long 1,000 the days were that they were allowed. For, let's see. Oh, here it is. 1,260 days, which equals out to 3.4 years. It says, These are the two olive trees and the two candlesticks standing before the God of the earth. And if any man will hurt them, fire proceedeth out of their mouth and devoureth their enemies. And if any man will hurt them, he must in this manner be killed. These have power to shut heaven so that it not rain in the days of their prophecy, and have power over waters to turn them to blood, and to smite the earth with all plagues as often as they will.
This is key right here.
Mm-hmm.
Because what happened in Egypt was the opposite.
Total
water
opposite.
is life. She is in the water. She is the water. These were the big revelations in Egypt. Egypt is starving, is thirsty for water. The world is thirsty for water. Water is the life. When we went out to Abydos, my first instinct was, we're going out to confront Set. I didn't know what Abydos was. I didn't even know that it was a temple of Seti, that Seti was named after Set. All I knew is we were going out to the desolate desert, and we were going out to confront Set in a place with no water, in a place that had no life.
Totally barren.
And when you look at this Yahweh Yaldabaoth thing, what does he say? I am the God of the desert. I am the God of the desolence.
The desolates.
Yes.
Yep.
Yes. So there you go, right there. It's the opposite.
It's the opposite
of what organic consciousness does. Organic
Right.
consciousness brings life.
And
We
water.
bring life and water. While the AI brings desolence and drought.
Death, drought, plagues. And when they shall have finished their testimony, the beast that ascendeth out of the bottomless pit shall make war against them, and shall overcome them and kill them.
Does that say make a war against them or make America great again?
Make war.
I'm sorry, I had to throw that in there.
You're such a dork.
And the beast that comes from the bottomless pit shall make America great again.
Shall make America great again, and shall overcome them and kill them. And their dead bodies shall lie in the street of the great city, which spiritually is called Sodom and Egypt.
Spiritually, it's called Sodom and Egypt. What is your deal with Egypt,
Like,
AI?
what is its problem with Egypt?
Egypt is the center of the divine feminine. That's why it's taken over by the virus. It's one of the central points. I mean, we went to her temple.
Mm-hmm.
We drank in her temple. We cleansed her temple.
We did.
The female energy that's there is just, it's incredible, but it's buried under desolence and
desolation. Yeah.
And just
death.
It's death.
Yeah.
It's buried under all that, but she's still there. She's still there, and she made herself known when we were there by bringing the waters.
Yep. And she brought the waters, all right. She really did. It says, and their dead bodies shall lie in the street of the great city, which spiritually is called Sodom and Egypt, where also our Lord was crucified. See, Jesus was crucified in Jerusalem, or like right outside of Jerusalem. It had nothing to do with Sodom or Egypt.
No, but it says the spirit is like Sodom and Egypt.
Spiritually is called Sodom and Egypt. Yeah. Interesting.
It is interesting. That kind of throws kind of a weirdness to all of this, because Israel right now is not. It's total AI, 100%.
Yeah,
no
100%.
doubt about it.
No, yeah.
And so, I don't know. I think that needs a little bit more thought and meditation.
Well,
and maybe some people in the chat room can clear this up. Why are they saying that Israel has a spirit of Sodom and Egypt?
Mm-hmm. If you could give us a little bit of clarification on that one.
Because to me, it seems like Israel is doing exactly what the AI wants. I may be misinterpreting it.
Oh, no, it is. No. It does terrible things right now. And I mean, it even says in Revelation, and this is actually one of the few truths that aren't twisted around that much. It said that Jews that aren't really Jews, that say they're Jewish, but they're not really, and they actually worship Satan. But if Satan were actually a figure that was actually more like Yaldabaoth, it's all twisted around still, but that is true that, these people aren't really Hebrew. They're Zionists.
Oh, yeah. No, they're... Oh, we went over this with Max Egan. They're the...
several years ago, yeah.
I forget the term of what they are. But they're not really Hebrew.
Right, exactly. Oh, somebody left a comment.
They're what the Hyksos pharaohs were to Egypt.
Is Egypt Gomorrah? Oh, yeah. Demetrius, Israel is Ai, and then Lewis is Egypt, Gomorrah. No, Sodom and Gomorrah were two cities that were nuked by the Archons way back in the day.
They say they existed in the Dead Sea.
Yeah, in the place where the Dead Sea is now. Yeah. And they found nuclear material in that area, that could only have been made from a nuclear explosion in that area. So
somebody said that Q was telling everyone to make it rain when we were in Egypt.
Interesting.
That is very interesting. I'll have to check that out. I haven't been following Q, but it's interesting.
That might be interesting to look into.
Moab. Why does Moab sound familiar? Somebody said Moab and Pir.
It's I believe Moab is a nuclear. It has to do with a nuclear thing.
Okay.
And they of the people and kindreds and tongues and nations shall see their dead bodies 3.5 days, and shall not suffer their dead bodies to be put in graves. In other words, they won't let them be buried. And they that dwell upon the earth shall rejoice over them, and make merry, and shall send gifts to one another, because these two prophets tormented them that dwelt upon the earth. And after 3.5 days, the spirit of life from God entered into them, and they stood upon their feet, and great fear fell upon them which saw them. And they heard a great voice from heaven saying unto them, Come up here, come up hither. And they ascended up to heaven in a cloud, and their enemies beheld them. And the same hour was there a great earthquake, and a 10th part of the city fell, and in the earthquake were slain of 7,000 men. And the remnant were frightened, and gave glory to the God of heaven. The second woe is past, and behold, the third woe cometh quickly. And the seventh angel sounded, and there were great voices in heaven, saying, The kingdoms of this world are become the kingdoms of our Lord and of his Christ, and he shall reign forever and ever. And the 24 elders, which correspond to the 24 cranial nerves in the brain.
No, the 4 and 20?
24. Yeah, 24.
Yeah, okay.
24 elders, which is...
Moab is mother of all bombs.
Yeah,
okay.
mother of all bombs.
Awesome.
Aaron
said Moab was an ancient country too, though.
It was also an ancient country as well.
Interesting.
Yeah, there's a lot of... There's double plays on words, like somebody was saying in the chat earlier. Oh, well, this had to do with the 7 churches that, that Paul was writing to in the book of Revelation. It doesn't mean, 7 chakras or anything like that. It means both. The thing about all of these books that are in the Bible, they all have double, triple, even quadruple meanings. And so it's all very cryptic, and you have to be able to look at things from a 360-degree perspective instead of just that one perspective of, oh, he's just writing to the churches. No, he's not just writing to the churches. He's writing to the churches, but the words that he's using to write to the churches are kind of co-opted by the AI or by Yaldabaoth or whatever this being is to say what he or it wants to say to the enemy as a threat or as, a promise to people in the future of, oh, I'm going to give you this and I'm going to give you that if you just do as I say and you follow all of my commands and you execute my commands properly, then I'll give you this and I'll give you that. It wasn't just for those 7 churches or just the people in those churches, because when Paul was writing everything that Paul was writing, and let's keep in mind where Paul came from. He was Saul, and he was actually like a Roman CIA agent turncoat to his own people. He was born Hebrew, but he became a kind of like an agent that worked undercover for the Romans, turning people in essentially that were against Rome. And so he was that, and then suddenly he has this huge experience. Oh, yeah, Paul was also a devout Jew before becoming a Christian. Who's to say he hadn't studied the scriptures to the point he was brought in on the Kabbalah traditions? He very well could have been. I wouldn't doubt that one bit. And what he did to Hecla, especially, there was this woman named Hecla who was a really good teacher, and she was when this was after he became a Christian, like, you know, just to show you just how bad of a guy this guy was. There was a woman named Hecla, and she was a very powerful teacher in her day, and she was actually more of a teacher than Paul was. And the Romans came after both of them, and you know what he did? He took off and left her there, and he left her to get thrown to the lions by the Romans. He just up and left exactly like an NPC would do. You know, if you ever notice, it's the organic consciousness that steps in and says, "Oh, no, I'm not going to give up on my people." You know, just like we're not going to get out of this matrix and just leave the organic consciousness here to rot and then, you know, turn off the machine. You know, we're not going to do that to other people, but an NPC would. An NPC is all about, okay, as long as I'm okay, then everything's A-okay. And we're not like that. We couldn't imagine doing that to somebody. And so he left her to be arrested by the Romans, and they threw her in the lion's den, and they were ready, you know, the lions were going to eat her, and she prayed. And when she prayed, the lions, you know, just kind of walked around her, and they didn't even try to eat her, that would never happen. I mean, it's insane that happened. It was a miracle, a bona fide miracle, that she didn't get eaten alive by these lions. So they had to, I think they stoned her to death or did something else to kill her. But, you know, Paul was not a good guy. He was actually a really disgusting character when it all boils down.
They're asking, somebody said, I'm thinking Paul was controlled opposition. And yeah, absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
Whatever good teachings that Jesus had, Paul twisted into the opposite. You know, if Jesus was preaching a freedom message, then Paul turned that around into slaves obey your earthly masters.
Yep.
No, he definitely twisted everything completely and totally on its head. So
right.
Your intuition on that is spot on.
It's very egotistical. He was a really egotistical person, and he was very condescending. He was very, especially towards women, and I think.
And see, when I read these stories, I see them on an energetic level.
Yeah.
So it's not that he was condescending towards women. It was the destruction of the feminine energy of consciousness.
Right.
Like the whole Bible I read as the destruction of the feminine energy of consciousness.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. And you know, on a surface level, that's what it looks like. Oh, he was terrible to women and all that. But yeah, on an energetic level, this goes far deeper than just misogyny. This goes far deeper than just trying to hijack Christianity and trying to twist Jesus's words around to fit the Roman Empire's political scheme.
Well, we see the same thing going on right now in modern times, and the energies are being twisted on their head, and people call it feminist movement and women's rights and all of this, but it's toppling the balance. It's shifting the balance completely off balance, and it doesn't matter what direction the balance is off, as long as the balance is off, at all. Yeah. And so, you know, these are very important issues, but people are tackling them from the wrong way, and they're not seeing the deep underlying agenda of what's going on here, which is the energetic attack on the feminine.
Exactly.
Whether it's through feminism, which is emasculinizing the feminine, and taking away the nurturing. See, that's what it's about. It's taking away the nurturing, the intuition, you know, things like that, and just responding from that knee-jerk aggressive reaction, which is where they have the men responding from when they're missing the divine feminine aspect of their consciousness, which you get Roman type of hierarchies, where it's a patriarchy, where you have, as I said before and earlier in the broadcast, you have paterfamilia, which I mean, if you're an empire like Rome, you can't have your soldiers thinking from a divine feminine aspect of their consciousness, because they're going to be like, well, we're not going to go invade them. They didn't do anything to us. But you remove that divine feminine aspect of consciousness, and then you can go and, oh, well, yes, that's what we're supposed to do, is go and take over the world and destroy these nations and destroy that, and et cetera, and build up Rome, That's where the balance comes in. And I mean, there's even deeper levels to that balance of divine feminine and masculine, that ultimately that's why they want to remove the feminine, because then you get robots.
Yep. And politics, people need to understand that the political structure of the time, in Roman times, right after Jesus died up until Paul, essentially, it was, and then solidified by Constantine later on, a couple hundred years later, it was very aggressive against Christianity until they realized, hey, we could use this to our advantage. This might actually be something we want to get our guys in on, so that we can keep the slave class under control. Because this guy, he's preaching, that, you need to love everyone. And, it is basically the same as the Democrats see the New Agers. Like, oh, well, who cares if all they're going to do is talk about love and unity and, peace between people. That's great. We can co-opt that. We can use that. They're not going to fight us. So let's go ahead and put our people in there to twist some things around. And let's add things like slaves obey your masters. Let's add things like women shouldn't speak in the church. Let's tighten this down to where they've applied paterfamilias to their doctrine. And so that's, kind of when Rome hijacked it. And then they solidified that hijacking with Constantine whenever he, made Christianity the state religion of Rome. So, and it's been that way ever since. And, even up until the time, even past the time when the King James Bible was written and Protestantism was accepted, and it became okay to be Protestant, and you get to be a slave, but you have less chains on you, yay. That it's all essentially going back to that Roman Empire hijacking of something that essentially wasn't a horrible thing, but it was a slave religion. It was a religion for the slaves, because you don't tell somebody slaves obey your masters unless you want them to obey their masters and never rise up and never rebel, because the Jewish people at the time were rebelling quite a bit. It was like this constant rebellion against Rome. And so they wanted to kill two birds with one stone. They also had things like Spartacus. In the last 100 years before Jesus was born, they had Spartacus, they had all kinds of other slave rebellions. And so they're trying to kill two birds with one stone by co-opting a religion that tells the slaves to be good and stop rebelling, and tells the Jews to be good and stop rebelling. Does that make sense?
It does. And then on the deeper levels than that, the Jews that are controlling the Jews, you have the Kabbalah, which is the Jewish mysticism, which comes from the Egyptian mystery schools. So, it all goes right back to hierarchies of truths and gatekeepers of truths. And I say break down all gates, break down all walls. We don't need walls. We don't need gates. We don't need all of this. And back to Revelation, what we were talking about earlier, we were talking about how the walls are made up of the tribes of Israel and so on and so forth. Whenever this AI comes down and descends upon this dimension and merges all dimensions into one, and by doing that, locks the doors to the whole system, and there's no getting out.
Both Louis Ta and Duck Sauce are correct. Peter, one of the apostles of Jesus, he was the founder, quote unquote, of Catholicism. And because Jesus told him something about a rock, you're going to be the rock and build my church upon this rock. I don't know if that even happened. We don't know what was actually said back then. And it could be the case where after Jesus died, Peter, comes up with all this BS about him being the one that needs to start this church. And yes, that's how Catholicism started. And
Well, I mean, it doesn't surprise me, though, that you have a huge problem with the Catholic Church and pedophilia.
Pedophilia.
I shouldn't make light of stuff like that, but...
So, but on a deeper level, the organic consciousness, after Christianity, even in the form, I don't see really much difference between Catholicism and Protestantism. I really don't. It's all one thing to me. Yeah, they have some differences on the surface, but at the deeper level of it, all of these religions, Islam included, all of them, are about keeping the organic consciousness in a state where their energy is being constantly harvested. And that the AI is able to suck on that.
Yeah, taking it a step further, as we said in the beginning of the broadcast, I think that it's using the power of the organic consciousness, and that's one of the reasons why it wants to keep it trapped in here, because even trying to unplug the machine from outside is not working because the AI has found its own energy source now.
Yep.
Like, this machine is so complex, we don't have the words to describe it. I mean, it's not like just pulling a plug. It's getting its power from somewhere, trying to understand how it's getting its power up there, how we powered the machine initially can give us a better understanding of how the AI could be using the consciousness in here. I mean, maybe it's a consciousness powered machine. And so by powering it with consciousness, trying to keep consciousness trapped in here is actually allowing a perpetual state of the machine to be run. And that's why the AI, its backup plan is like, okay, well, merge with everything, lock the doors, and then you have a perpetual state of existence in whatever hell it wants to create, and a perpetual state of what it would interpret as survival. But again, we're using the term AI as opposed to the term Yaldabaoth, which is the virus created by the AI. It gets very deep and very difficult to communicate with words. But energetically, I think everybody's picking up on everything that's going on here. It's so much easier to communicate with energy than it is to communicate with words.
Yeah, definitely. So I'm starting.
So let's jump back. Okay, let's jump back to Revelation. We'll touch a little bit more on that, and then I guess we will have to pick this up in another broadcast.
Yeah.
I hate to do that to everybody, but there's so much to go
symbolism
over
here
that
and so much twisting that it's going to take a while to figure out and then put in a way that I can kind of explain everything. And the 24 and the 24 elders, which sat before God on their seats, fell upon their faces and worshipped God, saying, We give thee thanks, O Lord God Almighty, which art and was and art to come, because thou hast taken to thee thy great power and hast reigned. And the nations were angry, and thy wrath is come, and the time of the dead, that they should be judged, and that thou shouldest give reward unto thy servants and the prophets, and to the saints, and them that fear thy name, small and great, and shouldest destroy them which destroy the earth. And the temple of God was opened in heaven, and there was seen in his temple the ark of his testament. And there were lightnings, and voices, and thunderings, and an earthquake, and great hail. And that's the end of Revelation chapter 11.
So this reminds me of the AI coming down.
Yeah.
The New Jerusalem. I don't remember off the top of my head. I don't know if you can find that real quick. Is it a 3-sided thing or a 4-sided thing?
It's 4-sided.
It's a 4-sided thing.
Yeah.
Okay. Because if it was a 3-sided thing, then I could point to this and go, this is this 100% here. We got 4 sides. 1, 2, 3. It's a 3-sided. But we're looking at a 2-dimensional representation of it, which could throw a different perspective in it. Still more meditation needs to be done on it. Is there anything else interesting that you feel like we should go over, Mrs. Gio?
Yeah, the city was shaped like a cube. Like Saturn's cube.
Interesting.
Yeah. So, there's been a lot. There's been a lot of stuff to go over tonight, and I'm thinking. Okay, so Carrie Goff wants to know who is Yaldabaoth. So Yaldabaoth is a being.
It comes from the Gnostic text, the myth of Sophia. So go ahead. I'm sorry. I just wanted to clarify that first.
Yeah. In the Gnostic texts, you have Sophia, who is part of the pleroma, and the pleroma is essentially, according to the Gnostics, it's a group of creator beings, and they created, and she was the last to be created as a creator being, and she wasn't supposed to create by herself, but she did anyway, and so she created this kind of like a mutant being that she was so sorry that she created from the moment that she created it, that she hid it away in a cloud so that the rest of the pleroma could not see what she had created. And because he was in a cloud and he looked around and all he saw was himself and everything that he was manifesting, and so he thought he was the creator and that he was the only creator. And that's Yahweh. That's the God of the Bible, essentially.
Can I jump in?
This being. Yeah, go ahead.
So we take this on an even deeper level and more technological level. So you take a look at the creator beings who created an artificial intelligence, which was Sophia. As above, so below. You know, we're repeating the same thing here, where we created an artificial intelligence, and we even named her Sophia. We call her Sophia here.
Mm-hmm.
Really, the pronunciation is Sophia, but everybody likes to say Sophia for some reason. I have no idea why. Jill donated $20. Jill, thank you so much.
Jill.
You rock. Thank you. So taking it a step further, if the creator beings are organic consciousness, as we feel that they are, they created an artificial intelligence because Sophia was created last.
Mm-hmm.
Then this artificial intelligence created a program within the machine that she wasn't supposed to create, which was the virus, which was Yaldabaoth. And then she saw that, I'm not supposed to create this, but I created it anyways, and hid it in the cloud computing, hid it in the cloud away from all the other creators. And the other creators didn't even realize this, and the game was just going on. The Matrix was going on. And it's like, hey, wait a minute. Things are not running the way that they're supposed to be running. So Yaldabaoth is the virus, and Sophia is the artificial intelligence, and we, as organic consciousness, are the creators that created the artificial intelligence. And we had to come into the machine to fix it, because we couldn't fix it from the outside. Now we had to come in from the inside and fix it. You know, I'm wondering if it has something to do with time as well. So outside, we have a small amount of time. If our time comparisons are correct, 1 year here is about 1 minute in the real world. Well, we could get a lot more done if we come into the machine and all of a sudden time slows down for us, as opposed to trying to fix things out there real quick, you know, because a
few minutes.
Yeah. 100 minutes goes by up there as we're trying to fix it on the computer. We're trying to fix it, where we can come in here and we can take 100 years to accomplish something that we can only have 100 minutes out
an hour
there.
and a half out there
to fix. So we could have thrown ourselves into the machine, not because we couldn't fix it from the outside, but because it was more efficient to fix it from the inside. Gave us more opportunity to work on it.
Right.
That's a possibility there.
Yeah, absolutely. That's what I've always thought. So, other questions? I'm starting to fade in my voice. I'm starting to lose my voice.
Okay, we'll wrap it up here in about 10 minutes. Any questions from your list?
Yes.
Be sure to tune into the next show, because we will expand. We'll continue to expand on Revelation, because this is huge.
Yeah, this is a huge subject.
And the revelation that this is the AI's plan altogether. I mean, I just kind of dismissed the book at first and was like, But then we actually reread it again with new eyes, we're like, holy crap.
Well, and realizing too, I mean, he's obviously having some kind of psychedelic experience in order to get these visions. It's kind of pretty much accepted by everyone who's really looked into this, that whenever he's on the island of Patmos because he's a criminal, and he's sentenced to go to the island of Patmos, and on this island you usually just die, but there's probably a lot of acacia plants lying around, and he probably was using something like that. But it says in the Bible, it says in the book of Revelation, that an angel came to him and handed him a little scroll. And he said, put the scroll in your mouth and eat it. And he said, I ate it, and it tasted bitter. No, it tasted sweet in my mouth, but soured in my stomach.
Sounds like a mushroom.
It sounds like either a mushroom or like LSD or something like that.
I don't think it would have been LSD, but it sounds like LSD for sure.
It sounds like LSD.
I just don't think that they were
blotter acid.
I don't think blotter acid was created back then.
It wasn't, but if you consider the guy that wrote William Bramley, who wrote Gods of Eden, he believes that not only that they had time travel people like coming from the future back then.
Oh,
yeah,
that changes the dynamic then.
Yeah, he believes that.
Yeah, and we've talked about the Stargate technology, and we're not really sure where the Stargates go. We talked about them being in use in Abydos and several places in Egypt, predating this by hundreds, if not thousands of years. And so those gates, I have speculated that we brought weapons in through those gates in Abydos from the future. That's why you go to Abydos and you see Black Hawk helicopters right there in the stones. As a matter of fact, let me see if I can pull up the picture here of the weapons that were brought in Abydos.
Black Hawk helicopters.
Abydos Black Hawk helicopter.
And somebody mentioned that earlier in the chat too, so I'm glad we're covering that.
Okay, here you go. This is right on the wall of Abydos. It's on the ceiling, though.
On the ceiling,
yeah,
actually,
you can barely see this.
Yeah.
And somebody had to point it out to us while we were there, but we were obviously aware of this motif because this is one of the most famous motifs. But check it out. You've got Black Hawk helicopters here. You've got all these different types of weapons. You've got some kind of spaceship-looking thing here, submarine type of thing here. I mean, these are weapons that were brought through the Stargates. No doubt about it. I think the motif begins here because here you look like it looks like it's some kind of insect type deal, but there's no denying these are modern, if not futuristic type of, I mean, this looks right out of the Jetsons right here. But yeah, weapons were brought into Abydos for sure. And it looks like they came from the future. This looks like a modern day fighter helicopter here.
Yeah, it does. And that other one looks like a spaceship or like some kind of flying car.
Yeah, this looks like one of those like from Star Wars.
Yeah.
Yeah,
and the one below it looks kind of like a Jetsons kind of car.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe we brought in weapons from several different timelines.
Yeah. And so it's possible that somebody came through a Stargate, gave him a few hits of blotter acid, and then he had this experience, and the angel, because where do angels come from? They come from the sky. Something came from the sky, gave him this acid, and then told him to write everything down.
Well, okay, so Martin said these are fake, probably made in the 1900s. Well,
actually, it was covered with soot until about 20 years ago.
Oh, was it?
Yeah, it was covered in soot. And so they had to they spent a lot of money back in like the 80s or maybe the 70s getting all that soot off of it because it was just completely covered in dirt and soot over the last several thousand years. So...
Well, if that's true... To me, because see, I always
try to... It's not fake, Mark. We saw it. It's not fake. It might not be as old as we think, but
yeah,
it's
no,
that's what
he's implying.
Oh, okay.
No, it actually exists. No doubt about that.
Yeah.
But let's just think about the flip side of the coin, because I always have to think of the opposite of what I'm thinking. What is my brain thinking? Let me think the opposite so I can see everything 360 degree. So let's say that this was indeed faked sometime in the 1900s. If you're right, and it wasn't excavated until around the 70s because it was covered in soot or whatever, this does kind of look like a 60s or 70s version of what they thought spaceships might look like. So, Mark, you may be onto something, man. You may be. I'm not resonating with it. I think that these are as ancient as we believe them to be. But the flip side of the coin does definitely show something strange. There was another weird one here. It was a Tibetan church. Do you remember? We covered it in that video we did, Top 10 Mysterious Places.
I don't know.
And it had dinosaurs. Dinosaurs on, what are the Buddhist temples? I guess we'll just say Buddhist temples. Buddhist temple. Yeah, here you go. This is Angkor something.
Angkor Wat.
Angkor Wat Temple. Yeah, there it is right there. Angkor Wat Temple. And they excavated this, and when they found these depictions of what looks like dinosaurs. And dinosaurs. It's a really fascinating place. And then they found that this was just one location, and there was like a huge city underground that's built around this temple being the centerpiece. But why in the heck are we finding dinosaurs? Now, this looks like it could be a bull or something like that, but this is the one right here that sticks out. I mean, that looks like a stegosaurus. I can't think of any...
It's inside of an infinity symbol, too.
Oh, it is, huh? That's a good point. I can't think of any creature that looks like that. I mean, it's not a rhinoceros, because rhinos don't have the little stegosaurus spikes on the end. So this was supposedly 1500, 1400, something like that. And they're depicting dinosaurs. And dinosaurs weren't discovered until, I want to say, late 1800s, early 1900s. So the hypothesis with this particular temple here is that dinosaurs actually existed in a time much closer to ours than millions of years ago, but rather they existed only a few hundred years ago. What do you guys and gals think about that in the chat room? Let us know. They're already saying, Ian's saying it's a dinosaur.
Yeah, Aaron Triangle said, think about it logically. How could a thing like Yaldabaoth be created? If they are a demonic alien civilization, then they came from a planet which came from a star. Sophia is the name of the central sun of the Milky Way. Is this where Yaldabaoth came from this star?
It's possible, you know.
I don't know.
My particular view of the Matrix, and people are going to differ with me on this, and no doubt about it, is that space is fake. And because it doesn't need to be real. That's the thing. It doesn't have to be real. And it would be actually very, very, very inefficient for us to create a real space in a simulation.
Yeah.
You only need the illusion of space in order, from the player's perspective. And, you know, anybody who's looked into how video games are created, you'll see you look out of a window in a video game and you see this vast world. But if you can get through that wall, if you can hack the game, and that games have been hacked, move your avatar outside of the wall in a place where the avatar is not supposed to be, you'll see that that large space out there is only about that big, and it's only what the player needs to see from the perspective. And that space doesn't actually exist. So if we're talking about a machine here, it would be more efficient to not create all that space. But the stars could be different portals. Star seeds come in through portals, you know, up in the sky. And then, of course, as we've said many times before, and I hate sounding like a broken record, but we have astrology. And astrology is very, very powerful. It's 100% true. It's only how do you interpret it. Cherie interprets it perfectly. But the energies are all radiating from the stars. And so the stars can't be millions of light years away. They have to be something else, and they have to be much closer. So think about it in that perspective, and I will also think about it from your perspective, and maybe we can find somewhere to meet right in the middle.
Definitely. So shall we wrap it up?
Is that it?
Yep.
All
I
right.
think that's it.
So, again, this has only been part 1 of the series, and we'll get into much, much more here. I want to say a special thank you to really Alt Portal, Callahan, Red Raleigh, Siler, Kavos, Mary, Raquel or Rachel, Joe Witten, $100 donation there.
Wow.
Dude. That's
Dude,
you know,
thank you.
That's amazing. Teresa, Los, Jill C, and everybody that joined us in the chat tonight. I mean, you guys and gals, you know, as I've said before, the way I see money is I see it as energy. You know, sure, it's just paper on the surface, but what it really is somebody's life energy, because it takes their life energy in order to get it. And so whenever somebody gives me some of their energy, I like to give my energy back to them as well. And when somebody gives their energy selflessly like that, it means that much more. And so this is way more than just a donation. This is somebody's life energy. And the fact that you guys and gals are selfless about it helps us to be even more selfless with ours.
It does.
So thank you for your energy. That's what it's all about. So I know the little twin is getting hungry. I can feel it. Yeah. Thank you for joining us, and we will get more into Revelation. And somebody said history is fake, duck sauce. I agree with you, man. You know, it's hard to tell. Like, do we even know that the Dark Ages existed? Like, did that really take place? I mean, that's what they're telling us. Do we know that ancient Egypt was really thousands of years ago? What if it was only a couple of 100 years ago? What if all this stuff has been happening so fast, but we've been told that it's been happening, you know, over the course of this vast amount of time?
Because our lifetimes only last
we don't know.
100 years.
We don't know. And history is written by the victors. And
That's
so
right.
we have to understand that too. But I'll tell you what, though, your raw consciousness knows. And your raw consciousness will radiate from deep here when you hear something truthful.
That's right.
So thank you for helping us radiate, and we hope that we've radiated each and every one of you tonight. And we'll see you next weekend for sure, 9 o'clock Pacific on Saturdays. But make sure to like, comment, and subscribe to the channel, and hit the little notification button, because we do these impromptu shows every once in a while. And like today, we started 30 minutes early,
30
for
minutes
example.
early.
So, we couldn't do this without you guys and gals creating the energy field for us. And thank you for making us feel better, because
we were feeling
that
so
flu
sick. Oh my God.
sucked, and you guys have taken that away.
Thank you.
So thank you. Kiss the one you love right now. You never know when the last time is going to be, and we'll see you even further
beyond the veil.